Sorry about that. Well. So once again, we're going to be talking tonight about the Cowboys and these roster moves that the Dallas Cowboys need to be very concerned about, and I know they're very concerned about them. But I also believe the Cowboys are about to make some heartbreaking decisions because the Cowboys can't keep everybody that they want to keep, and they definitely can't keep everybody that we want them to keep. So tonight, we're going to look at some of the decisions that the Cowboys could possibly make. But also, we're also going to go out there and listen to some of the things that people are saying about the Cowboys and how people are looking at these moves that the Cowboys have made throughout this offseason, whether it be free agency, whether it be the draft, whether it be trades. Man, the Cowboys have made some absolutely incredible moves that is really going to help this team be who everyone has wanted them to be, I believe, for 3 decades. We got a lot to talk about. Buckle up, buckle in. Yeah. Let's talk Cowboys. We're about to talk facts. What is going on, Cowboys Nation? I'm sorry I had something to take care of at the last minute, but nevertheless, I want to welcome you to Cowboys After Dark on this Friday morning. It is Friday. Thank God it's Friday. Amen. Cowboys Nation, let's go. Let's get it. Welcome, Cowboy fans and Cowboy haters alike. I'm the G, and I'm the host of Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. And as you come into this live stream, please hit that like button, share, subscribe, hit that notification bell so you know the next time we post another video or go live. And yes, it's 12:45 and we are live. And if you haven't become a channel member subscriber yet, what are you waiting on? We have a lot of great things coming up the rest of this season. Now let's talk facts. So this is kind of what we cut out today. We were on the roster casualties. We're going to go back and listen to the player interviews, and then we're going to come back to the roster casualties. We're also going to talk, listen to John Machota on 105.3 The Fan. Again, I got quite a few media takes, people talking about the Dallas Cowboys. I think I got 4, 5, 6 different takes about people talking about the Cowboys. Then, man, I have an incredible story. I got a story that is going to blow your mind tonight about Josh Jacobs. And you may think that the story is going to be about Josh Jacobs, but nah. I'm going to tell you something that's going on around this Josh Jacobs story. It is absolutely insane, and it just goes to show you how out of control this person is. Then, we're going to go to the plays of the day. I apologize. I've been slacking on the memes. I will get back to the memes of the day, but we're going to do the plays of the day from Wednesday and discuss some things while we're watching those. But this is the show for the day. More player interviews. Continue with the roster casualty conversation. Machota, media, around the NFL plays of the day. Let's go, Cowboys Nation. Let's go. Man, we got a lot to talk about. Again, man, y'all buckle up, buckle in. We got a big time show tonight. Big time show tonight. We're about to have our roll call. Big time show tonight. All right. Looks like everybody's a little slow getting in. So we're going to do our roll call. And they're going to have to catch up on the catch-up, or they're going to have to catch it on the replay. All right, Cowboys Nation. Let's get that roll call going. But again, then we're going to switch it up a little bit. Oh, yeah. Let's get that roll call music in. Let y'all get a little finger snap as we get this thing going tonight. Yeah. What's going on, April Showers? Good to see you tonight. Yeah. What's going on, April Showers? Let's go. Dak Elite, cry about it. What's going on, Dak Elite? Good to see you back tonight. Davion Wallace, what's going on? Richard Owens in the building tonight. Yeah. What's going on, Stinson? Yeah, Marlon Dillon G is back. I'm back, man. Back for more Cowboys talk. My man, Frank Lawrence. What's going on, Frank Lawrence? We got a lot to talk about tonight. What's going on, Stinson? Man, McDuffie got cooked, didn't he? Oh my gosh, McDuffie got cooked. I think everybody better be careful trying to crown the Rams as Super Bowl champs already. Man, what's going on, refunds? Refunds spam daily. What's going on? Going good tonight. What's going on, Lemuel? JCT Slice, he said, gee, Hurts fans have to be stopped. Does he have a lot left? I mean, who are the Hurts fans you talking about? Man, that dude getting killed online. JCT Slice said, we got Hurts fans talking about Dak hasn't won even when he had super teams. Dak has never had a super team. Dak Prescott has never had a super team. Because typically when you got a super team, you don't lose to no team. Yeah, JCT said false and extra hypocritical from them. We still have 4. Yeah. Dak ain't played on no super team. Yeah. All right. Appreciate y'all rocking with me. All right, man. Whether it be 5 or 10,005, we are about to talk Cowboys tonight. All right. Yeah, we about to talk Cowboys tonight. Man, I got a great show for tonight. Great show for tonight. So let's kind of get warmed up. Let's go back and listen to some of these interviews, because a couple of these interviews are actually pretty interesting to me. And the reason why these interviews are interesting is that some of these players that are being interviewed, or at least one of them, I think they are on the bubble. Let's go over to DallasCowboys.com real quick. Check out these player interviews. Because I'm telling you, one of these players that's doing the player interviews, again, I'm just kind of like, whoa. Man, you might be giving your final speech as a Dallas Cowboy, bruh. Because I'm telling you, man, I think we got the Cowboys are gonna make some heartbreaking decisions. And we might be upset about a couple of these decisions the Cowboys make. I really do. I think some of us are gonna be upset. Not upset enough to leave the team or anything like that. We're not going to be that upset. But I do think we're going to be so upset that it's going to be a conversation over the next few days.
It's been good. I feel like I've gotten better every single day. I feel like I'm.
All right. And so, as a matter of fact, this is our first player interview for tonight. And this is our first player interview for tonight. This is a player right here that is on the bubble, but I think that he may be on the bubble in a good way, because I'm not sure if a lot of teams are going to come back and try to get at Sam Howell. So these are the player interviews. First one up is Sam Howell. And so I'm not as concerned about Sam Howell again, because Sam Howell, it's not like he's a young new player and, people were already after Sam Howell in the first place. So I'm pretty sure that if Sam Howell gets put on the practice squad, he'll be good. I mean, if Sam Howell doesn't make the team, he'll be good to go. They'll put him on the practice squad. What's going on, Davion Gonzalez? All right, got to go to work early. All right, catch him on the replay on the way to work tomorrow. What's up, Demetrius Noel? What up, Giovanni? Giovanni said, gee, we will know who makes the team by who is playing the most tomorrow, because those players are auditioning for 31 other teams. And Giovanni, I got a strange feeling. I have a strange feeling tomorrow that Joe Milton is probably going to play about 3 drives tops. If he looks good in his first couple of drives, he'll be out of there. If he's a little sloppy, they'll maybe make him go an extra 1 or 2. But I have a feeling that Sam Howell is going to play the majority of the game tomorrow. Will not be surprised if Sam Howell plays second quarter and on, or half of the first, and then from that point on, it is Sam Howell. So I won't be surprised. But this is Sam Howell. Let's see what he has to say today.
It's been good to get a bunch of reps, and I feel like I'm in a good place with the system, and I feel like I put together a good camp, and we got one more opportunity on Friday, so it'll be fun.
And you know what? If we're being honest, what you think about this? I said it today. Joe Milton should have beat Sam Howell. Actually, it shouldn't have even been even close. Joe Milton has been with Dak Prescott for an entire year under the tutelage and auspice of Dak Prescott. He's been with this coaching staff for an entire year. He's been in the system for an entire year. He knows all the plays. He's a superior athlete as it applies to Sam Howell. So when you look at those things, it really shouldn't have been close. But I understand the Cowboys brought in Sam Howell to push Joe Milton. But understand this. I say with all things considered, man, shout out to Sam Howell, man. He did pretty doggone good. I think the decision has already been made. But man, all things considered, Sam Howell comes in and have to get into the system in training camp, has to get familiar with these wide receivers and this team. I think Sam Howell did pretty doggone good. Y'all tell me what y'all think. I think he did pretty doggone good.
Get out there and play with the guys.
Competition with Joe Milton, how have been?
It's been fun. I feel like we've made each other better. I think that's the main thing is we've been trying to push each other. And you know, Joe's a great guy. He's a great player. I have a ton of respect for him. We've been trying to make each other better this whole camp, and I feel like we've done that.
Sam, going into this preseason.
See, that was really the purpose of bringing in Sam Howell right there. That was the purpose of bringing in Sam Howell. Because in the grand scheme of things, how much could Joe push Sam? Joe Milton is the superior athlete. I mean, he's the superior athlete. When you're going up against a superior athlete, it's a little harder for them to push you if what they're doing you can't do. So I guess you have to get in your bag and do the stuff that they can't do that you do. But in the grand scheme of things, Sam Howell was really behind the eight ball. How good could he have known the system? He hadn't even been here that long. How long could he have been in the system? So, again, all things considered, Sam Howell did what I think they wanted him to do. I think they did what they wanted him to do. Sam Howell came in, you know, let Joe Milton know, hey, we can get a little bit better competition for you, and if you don't beat this, then we'll be looking at something else. I mean, I think he pushed Joe Milton, and he might have pushed Sam a little bit, but Sam, in the grand scheme of things, Sam wasn't just battling Joe Milton. Sam was battling, getting familiar with the system and getting used to how everything works. So it's all good.
Natalie, what's something that you feel like you still need to kind of check off of your task list to kind of complete this training camp for you?
I wouldn't say there's one specific thing. I think it's just going out there and putting together a good performance. I feel like I put together a good camp, and I feel like I'm playing some good ball. Just got to go out there on Friday, one more opportunity, and put my best foot forward.
Is there anything that I know there was a lot of skirmishes in the joint practice against the Saints. Yeah. Is there anything that you take away from that joint practice, productive-wise, and that you can transfer to using against them in this game?
We'll see. Honestly,
it's preseason, man. I understand the questions these guys are asking, man, but it's preseason, bro. What are you taking from the scrimmage, man? Starters played in the scrimmage. You're not going to see the starters. You're not going to see the second team hardly. So, what could the Saints really have showed? I'm sure the Cowboys didn't show them a whole lot. I mean, I guess you could kind of know who the guys are who are, I don't know, playing tough or whatever. But, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, man, it's a preseason game. It was a scrimmage, bro. There's just not a lot you're going to be able to get from that.
We've been focusing on, our training camp here against each other. We haven't really started looking at the Saints yet. We'll start on that tomorrow. But, yeah, I'm sure we'll look at the practice and see what we did and see if there's some things we could use for the game. But preseason, you never know what you're going to get. Teams are usually more simple, and they try to do things that they don't usually do in the season. So we'll see how it goes, but we'll definitely have some type of plan for sure.
first training camp with the Cowboys up to this point, up to yesterday actually. It was out in Oxnard in Southern California. Let's talk about, practicing here for the first couple of times in the Ford Center in Dallas in front of these Cowboys fans.
It's been awesome. You can tell it's different here with the Cowboys, and whenever the gates open, I peek my head in here, and the stadium was full. So they take it serious down here, and it's a fun thing to be a part of.
Thanks, sir.
Good, cool. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, man. And I'm rolling. Frank Lord, let me read a couple comments. They'll say what I'm saying. Frank Lord said the family-owned barbecue restaurant owned and operated by Michael Trigg in Tampa Bay. Okay, it's Conan Barbecue. We're going after Christmas. We'll hit up Trigg's restaurant in Tampa. Well, I'm hoping he ain't going to be there. And what I mean by that is I'm hoping that we are preparing for a playoff run, Frank Lawrence. But I'll be looking forward to you telling how the barbecue go. Yes, it's a bro rolling, man. It's preseason, dude. Can you get anything from the scrimmage? Bro, it's the preseason. It ain't even that kind of party, man. Everybody's out there at this point auditioning and trying to make another team. So you're not gonna show. Nobody's gonna show anything in the third preseason game. I mean, you are going to the good value section of your playbook in the grand scheme of things. You're going to the great value. You're going to the great value section, and you're just pulling out the most vanilla things you can pull out. Get past this game with no injuries, and then you get to making your 53-man roster, which the Cowboys, we're going to talk about in a moment. I guarantee you the Cowboys have already cut this roster down to about 40. I would dare say this roster is already at 46. It's already at 46. There's nothing to talk about in the first string. I mean, so you're already spared 22 players. And then when you get to the second round, you're probably already spared about 40 players. So, and then when you get to the third, you pretty much already know about at least 6 players. So in the grand scheme of things, you're only talking about 7 or 8 players. 7, 8 players is all you could be even talking about in this whole thing. But again, this is so funny, dude, talking like this, like what can you get for the preseason? Something you could use. Ain't nobody trying to use nothing from there. Davion said Sam probably making a team. Yeah, he'll be that third emergency quarterback, but I'm not sure how that works. Yeah, he'll be that third quarterback. He'll be on the practice squad and be able to be brought up. I don't know how this all third emergency quarterback thing is crazy. Demetrius Noel said, gee, looking at the projected 53-man roster, the Cowboys front are living in an illusion if they believe that Brown and Trigg will last 10 minutes on waivers. That belief is foolhardy at best. Demetrius Noel, we're going to talk about that. I'm telling you, it's not as much the 53-man roster. Camden Brown is a problem. Camden Brown did something that I don't think the Cowboys expected. I don't think they expected Camden Brown to be as good as he is. And because Camden Brown is so good, Camden Brown has got them in a situation to where they can't let him go. He will not make it. There are people out there keep saying he'll make it. No, he won't. No, he won't. Camden Brown won't make it. Camden Brown not only will not make it, Camden Brown will not only be on somebody's squad, Camden Brown will be playing this year on somebody's squad. He will not be a practice squad player if he goes somewhere else. We got to realize how talented our wide receiver room is. Our wide receiver room is so talented that we can actually look at a player like Camden Brown and say, oh, yeah, we can let him be the 5th or 6th wide receiver. Meanwhile, other teams out there, we're going to talk about it when we get to the roster casualties. I'm going to bring up Camden Brown again. Man, I'm telling y'all right now, if you pay attention to what's going on in the NFL, there are at least 5 or 6 teams right now that would take Camden Brown on that squad. And this man would be battling for a 3rd or a 4th seat, a 4th position on their wide receiver squad. We're just blessed. We're just blessed because George Pickens came in here, and once George Pickens came in here, it made this wide receiver room deep no matter how you look at it. Lamb, Pickens, Flournoy worked his way up from the dirt. Turpin under contract. You got 4 great, elite, alien, speed wide receivers. You cover every part of the gamut. And then that 5th wide receiver and that 6th wide receiver, if you keep 6, they're special teams. And you can work them in like specialty situations, because like Joe Mingo was basically being worked in as a run blocking wide receiver, not anything to do with the pass hardly. So Again, man, we are blessed. We are blessed. What is going on, Braves Cowboys? What is going on? Yes, sir. Please tell him you sent us, man. Tell him we sent him. Tell him we sent you. Yes, sir. All right, so our next player interview.
Here we go.
Our next player interview. I'm sorry, but this man is on. He's another. This man is a problem. Maurice Leofau is a problem. Maurice Leofau is a problem because Maurice Leofau was on the outside looking in. And if the Cowboys allow Maurice Leofau to be on the roster, the Cowboys are actually going to have to subtract from somewhere else to keep Maurice Leofau. And I don't think the Cowboys can afford to subtract in at a certain spot. And I think the certain spot they cannot afford to subtract from is the offensive line. They really need to have extra people on that offensive line. And so for every person they keep extra on a wide receiver spot, every person they keep extra at the cornerback spot, every person they keep extra at the linebacker spot, that's one less spot you have for the offensive line. And I really think you need to keep a lot on there. What's going on, Braves Cowboys? Yes, sir. The morning show is back. Yes, sir. Cowboys After Dark. So it look like your work that'll be going very fast tonight. Yeah, Demetrius Noel, I said the same thing. I mean, you know, Mingo, even Marquise Bell. I mean, Cowboys got to make some decisions, man. Amber Soprano, what's going on? Yeah, Xavier, people used to tell me all the time. Mike Tyson, that's as I've gotten older. When I was younger in my pretty days, it was other people. I ain't gonna tell you who they are, but yeah. They got some decisions to make. So this next person, Maurice Leofau, man, dude's on the bubble.
Your development this offseason, I know it's been a little bit of a challenge, but it's been a challenge that you welcomed as far as outside linebacker, inside linebacker, showing that versatility.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun, really. It's definitely been a.
Now they're calling it versatility. I'm not calling it versatility. What's going on with Maurice Leofau? They're trying to figure out how they can keep him. That's all they're doing. It's not about no versatility with Maurice Leofau. They're trying to figure out where can they keep him. Like, where does he fit in? You know, who can they put him in front of? I just think Maurice Leofau, man, he is on the outside looking in, and I don't think there's anything he can do about it.
Challenge, learning something new, and just trying to keep up with the guys. But they've helped me so much. That room, I can't thank them enough. Our coaches, Coach Chid, just on the amount of time that they help me in this process and have poured into me. So I'm so grateful for that.
And what's the challenge? I mean, now you're going into year 3, third defensive coordinator. You know, how has that helped with your ability to adapt more quickly to be able to make an impact?
Yeah, I think it's just accepting the fact that you can't control a lot of things in life in general, and especially in this profession. And so it's just taking that mindset and all trials that I receive, taking it as joy and going at it at that mindset, and just using every day to get better. Just being grateful to be here every single day, coming in, working hard, and really having a service mindset to come make this team better.
What's going on, Chef Pope? You said you clocked in for a 5-hour shift? This shift's about to go real fast, bro. If you can listen tonight, Ray, don't you worry, that shift's about to go real fast, man. We're gonna knock a lot of that shift out for you tonight. Yeah, we're gonna knock a lot of that shift out.
Wherever I'm needed, help out where I can, and ultimately make myself better as well.
What has Vaughn taught y'all? I know he's a player, but he seems like he's been tutoring a lot of guys.
Yeah.
You're talking about what he brought to the room.
Yeah.
He's teaching guys.
I mean, a guy like that, he's like another coach in the room. So it's such a blessing to have him. And
what up, Lonnie?
He's really
what's up, Najee?
Since the first
Richard
day he
Owens.
came, he's just been pouring into us and helping us, and pretty much just giving us his insight on every single thing that he can. In the meeting room, he's nonstop talking and helping us out. Obviously on the field, before practice, getting ready to practice and working on different things. So he's been super helpful to us.
What about being an inside linebacker has have you taken over to the outside linebacker room to excel there?
Yeah.
And what about learning the outside linebacker role has helped you become a better inside linebacker?
Yeah, I mean, I think for helping me to become a better inside linebacker is just block destruction. I'm on the edge all the time. I'm dealing with a lot heavier bodies every single play. I'm getting hands-on, and so that's helped me to work on my striking, block destruction, and things like that. And then obviously coming from an inside linebacker background, I have that dropping experience that obviously a lot of edges who play in a different system might not do as much. And so taking that and helping me to just excel in different plays, like when we need to drop and things, has been super helpful for me personally.
This final preseason game, these roster bubble guys, hit special teams that's going to make or break them, and you're one of the core guys. What do you tell them about this? Because it's not like, I mean, they may only get 1 or 2 reps on teams because you don't know how many punts or kickoffs and things like that. So what do they have to do in the limited opportunities that they have on teams to prove themselves?
They as in hooligan?
The young guys who
Yeah,
are on the roster bubble that
yeah.
their ticket is teams.
Yeah, I mean, PJ Locke said it best. Special teams is all heart and effort, and that can really get you secure your roster spot. So just going all out, giving it your all, not having any pride. Obviously, everyone wants to be the best offensive or defensive player in the league, but playing special teams, it takes putting your pride aside and putting your just going out there with 100% effort. Thank you, guys.
Jay, we talked.
Well, I don't know if it requires putting your pride aside, because if you like playing special teams, Darren Woodson liked playing special teams. I don't even think Darren Woodson, I think he got to a point he didn't even have to when he did. You know, Amber Soprano, I was looking at this comment you just made here, and I think it's very interesting. Amber Soprano, are you talking about Maurice Leofow? Let me know who you're talking about, because I want to make a comment based on what you're saying. If what you're telling me is Maurice Leofow, if he gets cut, he won't have to wait long. Let me know if you're talking about Maurice Leofow. Let me know. Next up on the player interviews, Jaden Blue. A man that it seemed like to me, not everybody. There were some people wanted this man to fail. But all along, Brian Schottenheimer and this front office had a plan for Jaden Blue. And I'm going to be honest with you. Jaden Blue is one of those players that I believe that's benefited from, that is benefiting from. I think this front office sees something in Jaden Blue. And I think they've kind of told Shotty that, no, they want Shotty to develop this guy into not just a home run hitter. I think they have another ulterior motive. I believe Jaden Blue is the Cavonte Turpin replacement. Cavonte Turpin has 1 more year under the contract. I don't think he gets extended. I don't. So he's got to play his butt off. He'll be somewhere else probably next year. Cowboys, whether we realize it or not. Excuse me. Cowboys have quite a few players with contract in contract years. Again, you got Cavonte Turpin. I'm not sure. He may have 1 more year, and the Cowboys may be willing to eat that year. Then you have DeMarion Overshown. He's in a contract year. Maurice Leofow, if I'm not mistaken, is in a contract year. Schoonmaker is in a contract year. And this may even let you know why these players are even still on the team, because the Cowboys want to see if they're worth keeping, whether or not they want to, however you go about retaining the rights to these players. I think they want to see if they're even worth dealing with, or do they just let them walk like they did Jalen Tolbert? So we're looking at contract years with these guys too. Amber Soprano, okay, let me make sure. Yeah, you said you're talking about Maurice Leofow. You know what, Amber? I'm going to be honest with you. It wouldn't surprise me if the Cowboys let Maurice Leofow go, because they know they're not going to have a spot for him. It would not surprise me if they let him go so that he can go to another team and have a career. Because I think teams do that. When teams know that keeping you or having you at a certain position, having you on the 3rd and 4th spot and all this stuff, sometimes you just let people go because you know that they're talented enough to go somewhere else and play, and they're not going to be on because they can't make the roster on your team. And it's not that Maurice Leofow can't make the roster on the Cowboys team per se. He came in before this regime, and Christian Parker had in his mind certain types of players that he likes. Went back, looked at Maurice Leal tape. I'm sure he did. You know, people are so disingenuous. Oh, they're doing him wrong. No, I don't think they're doing him wrong as much as they looked at his tape and they said he doesn't fit what we're trying to do. So we're going to go draft and pick up in free agency what we're trying to do. And Maurice Leal, unfortunately, I think he's a talented player. He's found himself on the outside looking in. So he's just going to have to now, I think the Cowboys, Amber Soprano, I think they're going to let him go just based on they believe he can go somewhere else and actually probably have a chance to start. Because I don't think there's a chance. I mean, I think we got to realize what we're talking about here with Maurice Leal. Maurice Leal doesn't even have a chance to start even if he stays. All he's going to be is special teams is pretty much it. That's it. That's the only thing he's going to be. So, all right, next up, Jaden Blue.
About this a little bit a couple of days or so ago, but as you continue to stack these good days and these good reps and these preseason games, what are you looking to show in the finale against the Saints on Friday?
Man, really just, keep getting better, keep building. Not doing anything that I haven't been doing, man. Just, keep stacking those good days like you said, man. That's the main thing for me. Of course, there's a lot of things that I could clean up, from the previous practices and games, but, I'm just looking to, keep getting better.
What is it, the biggest thing?
Now, understand Maurice Leal. Jaden Blue. Cowboys aren't going to be looking for much from Jaden Blue either, I don't think. They're not going to be looking for much from Jaden Blue. Jaden Blue, I don't suspect that Malik Davis will play this game. I don't know. Maybe he will, but I don't think he'll play long. If Malik Davis plays, it'll be one drive. Because I do think what they're going to do with Joe Milton. Okay, Joe Milton, let's see some consistency. Can you come in the game, get right to business, drive us down the field, 1 drive, touchdown, 2 drive, touchdowns. Okay, Joe, you done. Sam Howell, the rest of the game is yours. Jaden Blue is going to be with Joe Milton. Malik Davis will be with Joe Milton. I also expect to see Jaden Blue somewhat with Joe Milton. And then about maybe 2 to 3 drives, they're not going to leave Jaden Blue in there with the 3rd, 4th string guys who are auditioning. This is where you're going to get to see a full dash, and you're going to get these people. They're going to be, Israel Abanikanda. Yeah, you're talking about against the 3rd and the 4th string. But anyway, Israel Abanikanda going to get his opportunity. We're going to see Jayshawn Corbin, Phil Maffa will probably get quite a few runs. But I believe Malik Davis, Jaden Blue, they're not going to play long. I give them a quarter and a half tops.
Felt like you needed to work on this off season?
Man, just being more decisive. And of course, I was never really a bad pass protector, but I feel like I've improved like a lot in that area. So that was the main 2 areas that I was, focusing on more this offseason, just making sure that I put more weight on my body so I'll be able to, maintain those blocks.
What about the other part of the game, being a pro and all those kinds of things? Because it can be very challenging at times.
Absolutely. Man, like I said, man, I just, lean on a lot of vets on this team. We have a lot of great guys. I'm one of the youngest ones in the room, so it's good to have, those older guys in the room like Javonte to lean on. We all, talk to each other. We have a really close bond in there. So, man, like I said, man, just keep pouring into those older guys.
You mentioned that you've added some mass to be able to take on that. How is that kind of manifesting in those A-gap, B-gap runs that you're showing on tape?
Man, it's helped a lot. Not only with just being able to, run the ball between the gaps, like you said, but like I said, the pass protection. I feel better at the weight I am. I feel like I'm faster, more explosive.
What do you think about this competition in your room? Because you got, like yourself, Malik's been here for a little bit.
Yeah.
You got you and Maffa.
Yeah, man, it's fun, man. We enjoy, competing against each other. We know, that this is a competition, but, we don't, we all learn stuff from each other. We all try to push each other, make each other better. But the main thing, man, we know this is a competition. We have a lot of love for each other in that room. Good. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah. Oh, Jaden Blue. Yeah, Cowboys been working with him, toughening up Jaden Blue, trying to get him better at blocking and things of that nature. But they got plans for Jaden Blue. They're not worried about Jaden Blue blocking as much because Jaden Blue will not be in the game in that role a whole lot. They're going to be moving Jaden Blue around. Yeah, they're going to be moving Jaden Blue around. Jaden Blue is going to be the new gadget guy, I believe, and they're going to work him. They're going to work him into that role over this next year. So Jaden Blue, oh, he's good to go. Oh, yeah, Nigel, but now you're not getting Gonzalez. We're going to talk about Gonzalez in around the NFL. You're probably talking about Gonzalez. You said it's a corner in New England that I trade Bland and Maurice with a pick or two. Trading players for Christian Gonzalez isn't the problem. Christian Gonzalez and what he's wanting in money is insane. Cowboys wouldn't touch Christian. You know, I've heard some people talking about the Cowboys and trading for Christian Gonzalez. Not happening. Not happening. Christian Gonzalez is trying to break the doggone proverbial bank. He not only wants to be the highest paid cornerback, he wants to be the highest paid cornerback and even fixing his deal that if another cornerback comes along, he's trying to fix his deal to where his deal will continue to be the highest deal in the NFL. Man, nobody going for that. I like Christian Gonzalez. I'd love to have him. You put them clanks on. You put them clanks on Jackson Smith and Jigba. But trying to create a contract that's going to guarantee that you're going to be the highest paid cornerback in the league for the next 2 years or so, it's crazy work. It's crazy work. But again, man, Jaden Blue, I think Jaden Blue is improving and improving. They're going to make Jaden Blue into a playmaker. Very, very excited to see what Brian Schottenheimer has in store for Jaden Blue, especially on the perimeter game. All right, let's see who is the next person coming up. Oh, Jonathan Mingo. Stephen White, what's going on tonight? Okay, I'm sorry, Stephen White. Who you don't like? Christian Gonzalez? Is that what you're talking about? Because I'm telling you, man, Christian Gonzalez is like tripping. Christian Gonzalez is absolutely tripping, man. He wants to make sure that he's going to be the highest paid cornerback for years. Man, that is crazy. I don't even understand that kind of conversation. All right, man, next up, player interview. Another player. I think this is a front office move. Jonathan Mingo. See what he has to say.
I mean, how good was it to make a play in that Arizona game to get that touchdown? How did that feel?
I know what I can do. Just about time in front of the camera out there on the stage with everybody watching, so I'm just trying to do it again, show everybody I'm alive.
The tackle on special teams in Seattle. Walk us through that play and just kind of that.
Shit, we couldn't let him. My bad, I can't start cussing, but just don't let him score. You know what I'm saying? Special team help you make teams. So I'm pretty close to Mario Davis. I already told him growing up, you're not a 1 or 2 receiver. You got to play special teams. So that's what it comes down to. Just showing effort so I can get me a spot on the roster.
What was different about this camp for you than ones of years past?
Feel healthy. Went through a lot last year, getting hurt, trying to bounce, get my body. Trying to get healthy this all season. Caught the injury the first day of preseason, then OTA. So finally being healthy. Training with some of that people this all season, getting a little foggy, but got my body back right. So I feel healthy coming in the camp.
Is this the most comfortable you felt in offense so far?
Yeah.
Now, see, let me tell you something about the NFL. And this is one of the things that people don't quite digest well. So Jonathan Mingo is talking about, got injured, glad to have his body back right. And I'm happy for him. But in the NFL, that stuff don't fly. And I'm not saying that against Mingo. I'm saying that about any player. Your best ability is availability. If you're not a first-round pick, a second-round pick, they're not going to give you the leeway of you were injured. Now, Jonathan Mingo, I will say he's getting the benefit of the doubt on this. I'm telling y'all, he's getting the benefit of the doubt. He's getting the benefit of the doubt simply because he was a second-round pick for the Carolina Panthers. The Cowboys actually had him on their draft board, according to what's been said. They wanted to draft him. Carolina drafted him. So the Cowboys drafted none other than Schoonmaker. So it's kind of funny because him and Schoonmaker are kind of tied together because the Cowboys couldn't get Mingo. They got Schoonmaker. But the funny thing is, it's funny how things work out because the Cowboys now got both of them, and they had both of them on the team for the last 2 years. And even though Jonathan Mingo, he's had a little bit of an injury, but at the same time, even when Mingo is healthy, even with Mingo healthy, we have watched Mingo, who was a second-round pick by Carolina. I can't remember. I'm thinking Jalen Tolbert was a third-round pick for the Cowboys. I think he might have been a third-round pick. Correct me if I'm wrong. Mingo drafted higher than Tolbert. Didn't beat him out. Drafted way higher than Flournoy. Didn't beat him out. They had to go get George Pickens because Mingo didn't turn out the way everybody thought he was when they went and got Mingo. Kevontae Turpin. Couldn't push Kevontae Turpin for time on the field. Some of that could be attributed to a Kevontae Turpin contract. But, number 5, Camden Brown, Jonathan Mingo. No hate on Mingo. Love Mingo. Don't know him personally. But I know Mingo is looking at this too. Camden Brown. Camden Brown has made more touchdowns and been closer to the end zone than Jonathan Mingo has been in 3 seasons with the Cowboys. And that's a fact. I mean, that's really a fact. That's really a fact. There's no way to really get around that. And so, your best ability is availability. And what guys are doing on the field matters, no matter, what's going on. But in the grand scheme of things, I believe that Mingo, because of that 4th-round pick, being in a contract year, I think we're looking at the Cowboys. They're probably going to, they're either going to do something crazy like keep him and let Camden Brown go, or Cowboys could be talking up Jonathan Mingo so that they could keep him and trade him, or so that they could put him out there for the teams. Who knows? But I think in the grand scheme of things, it looks like he's more than likely going to make the team. But, man, Mingo, anybody who's really honest about this, man, the only thing we've been talking about with Mingo is potential. That's all we've been talking about with Mingo. Potential, 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 potential. Meanwhile, Camden Brown comes in here, not just potential, action. And it's a big difference. It's a big difference.
Pretty cool. It's a nice offense. It just like...
Yep. And Demetrius Noel, I said it today. Jonathan Mingo, 1 touchdown in the preseason game. And everybody's already, it's like it just flipped the switch. Oh, yeah, it justifies Mingo being on the team. I don't think it does. I don't think it does, because I think Camden Brown has still overshadowed him. Camden Brown has overshadowed him. Jonathan Mingo is a big body receiver. Camden Brown is a big body receiver too. And Camden Brown has a skill set that Mingo does not have. Camden Brown's ability to high point the ball is insane. You can't teach that stuff. You cannot teach that stuff. Camden Brown, from week 1, when they got to Oxnard, California, the name you saw every week, Camden Brown, Camden Brown, Camden Brown. Camden Brown was just working his way up, making big play after big play, mossing the defense, 3rd offense, 2nd offense, 1st team offense. Camden Brown was making plays. Can't say that about Mingo. But again, because they gave up a 4th-round pick for him, this is one of those things where it may be that call from upstairs that says, we want to give Mingo 1 more year. It's a contract year. He don't make it this year, we'll cut him.
Sometimes, like a lot of coaches got the same formation names, but they mean different things. And sometimes, like last year, they'll say something like a formation here, it remind me of a formation in Carolina. So just trying to get past offenses out of my head on this, but I got the offense down pretty good.
You were making plays before that, in the last training camp, before that injury happened. Just how frustrating was it to kind of feel like you were ascending and then to have injuries happen?
It's pretty frustrating because when I got traded, I didn't know Dak was hurt until I turned down. So.
Okay, Stephen White, let me know the skill set that Mingo has that Brown doesn't have. Let me know what it is.
I was finally looking for opportunity to play with Dak. I had to make chemistry last year. Injury happened, but God did everything for a reason. So just got to keep my head down, keep fighting, just take it day by day.
Has it been nice to just have the consistent health and just be able to to work every single day.
For sure, health as well. If you're not healthy, you're not going to be on the team. So being healthy, you got to be on the field. So just taking care of my body so I can go out there and show them I can make plays.
Schottenheimer's been he's brought up your name a lot, unprompted, about how proud he is of you, about your mentality kind of going into this training camp. What's it kind of feel like to have that kind of belief from the head coach and just some of the other coaches in you?
Me and Shotty had a real conversation at the end of the year.
Now again, I want you to kind of hear what's being said. And this kind of conversation kind of scares me. And don't get me wrong, it don't scare me. I mean, it don't scare me. Stephen White, I don't think the speed of a 4.5, a 4.4 versus a 4.5, 4.6 wide receiver, I don't think that's a big of a deal. Yeah, speed. I don't know about the speed with gears. I don't even know about that part. But Stephen White, Camden Brown's got a big body too. Camden Brown's a big body wide receiver. And it's not so much the 40 speed, because I know what you're talking about, the 40 speed. Now, Camden Brown might not have a 40 speed, but go look at his speed when it comes to running routes. And that's what you got to be looking at. Because you don't run 40s in this league. You don't. You don't run 40s in this league. How many of these 4.3 guys have we seen? 4.3, 4.2. They're not even in the league. Speed isn't the key. It's your ability to get open. It's your ability to make contested catches. It's your ability to make big plays. Stephen White, I'm glad you said that, because I'm going to show you. I don't think you're watching film I don't think you're watching film on Camden Brown, because Camden Brown is making separation. Absolutely. He is getting separation from wide receivers. Defensive backs.
After the last game, we had a man-to-man conversation. He think I need to work on,
But again, I'm sorry, where I was, I get a little bit leery when people are not watching you make a difference, but someone is telling someone you're making a difference. Someone is trying to tell you that your eyes are wrong. The one thing when you watch tape, your eyes cannot be wrong. The stats must match the tape. Your eyes cannot be wrong. And if we're being honest, when we are doing the eye test of Camden Brown and Jonathan Mingo, and this is why Brian Schottenheimer came out and started saying this stuff, because Brian knew our eyes. It wasn't my eyes only. It was the eyes of all of those people out there at Oxnard, California, the media members, their eyes. They kept watching Camden Brown, and their eyes were saying, first of all, who is Camden Brown? Who is Camden Brown? They started asking questions like, who is this guy? Because their eyes were telling them this guy has elevated. This guy he's out here outworking all these wide receivers, not named Lamb, Pickens, and Flanoy. Who is this guy? It's their eyes. Absolutely their eyes. So, we can't say, because again, did y'all notice? Brian Schottenheimer was actually telling us what our eyes were not seeing. Has anybody noticed that? That's what this guy's bringing up. He said Schottenheimer brought you up unprompted. And what was Schottenheimer explaining to us? What we were not seeing. Really? I get leery when people start explaining what you're not seeing. As in, I got to explain it to you to bring it to your attention. Not just to bring it to your attention, but because there's someone that may be outplaying that person. So let me bring to your attention what this guy's doing. I'm not telling you that Jonathan Mingo isn't a good player, but he's been here. This is his third year. He was at Carolina, couldn't make the difference in Carolina, came to Dallas. Now he's in Dallas. He's been here. This is his third year. This wide receiver room is just too doggone talented. It just really is. It's just too talented. But again, Cowboys are about to make a heartbreaking decision. They're either going to keep 6 wide receivers or they're going to make a heartbreaking decision. And they're going to let Camden Brown try to hit free agency. They're going to try to let him make free agency. Stephen White, I even still say that's a problem. No matter how you look at it, your best ability is availability. Your best ability is availability. And even when he was healthy, he still wasn't beating out Ryan Flournoy. Even when Mingo was healthy, he wasn't even beating out Jalen Tolbert. I don't know if that's sinking in with us. He was healthy and couldn't beat out Ryan Flournoy nor Jalen Tolbert. Couldn't do it healthy. Yeah, I hear what people say. Yeah, no, he couldn't beat him out when he was healthy. He couldn't. Yeah, Frank Lloyd said that you can use the argument that Camden Brown plays in exhibition games against third string. My counter is Camden burning the first team in camp. Not only that, he burnt the second team too. He burnt the second team with Seattle, and he burnt the first team. He burnt both of them. Yeah, he burnt both of them. And the issue with Camden Brown, man, when you look at the talent this team has a wide receiver, and Camden Brown was making that kind of noise, oh gosh, Camden Brown can play, man. I'm sorry, he can play. Stu can play. And his upside, nothing against Jonathan Mingo, but the upside of Camden Brown, I just think it's bigger than Jonathan Mingo. I don't think Jonathan Mingo, we'll look at it in a moment. Man, I don't think Jonathan Mingo ever had the kind of season that Camden Brown had at Georgia Southern. I don't think Mingo ever had a season like that.
Kind of butted heads on some things, but he told me what he needed me to do. So just trying to learn the whole offense, knowing every spot in case somebody go down, somebody need a break. That's what he challenged me to do, so that's what I've been focusing on.
When a coach challenges you to do that, I mean, how much did you take that into this offseason in terms of your training, in terms of everything you have to do?
Well, I'm trying to play. You know, I'm used to playing. I was starting when I first got in the league, so playing different roles, I'm looking to be a little frustrated. So I'm trying to get back in there, being on the field, making plays again, trying to get back to my old self.
Good.
I appreciate
Thanks, Jonathan. Appreciate it.
I mean, I like his attitude. I'll tell you that much. I definitely like his attitude. I mean, he definitely got an attitude like, you know, I'm the man. You know, he got that attitude. So, I like the attitude. We'll see how it all turns out. But I think Mingo is going to make the team on a technicality. I'm just being honest with you. I think he's going to make the team on a technicality. Because I don't think the Cowboys ever expected Camden Brown to be as good as he is. You typically don't get a UDFA player. You typically don't. You don't typically get a UDFA player and expect him to be that good. I mean, you get UDFA players because you're like, okay, these are guys that, you know, they're good, but we can put them on the practice squad and develop them. And in a year or two, you know, when this guy's contract is up or we decide to go in a different direction, you know, we got these guys on our practice squad and then we can bring them up and, you know, we can player develop them. I don't think they expected what Camden Brown is. And the problem for the Cowboys, they got a huge problem with Camden Brown. Everyone's seen it. And it wouldn't matter if the cameras were not at training camp. The same way Dak Prescott did. A lot of people don't realize what happened with Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott came into the Cowboys, fourth round pick for the Cowboys. Should have been higher. Cowboys wouldn't have had him, though, if that was the case, because Dak probably would have went somewhere else. Probably would have been in the second round had it not been for a DUI that eventually I think it got dismissed or whatever. But you bring in Dak Prescott. And Dak Prescott, what wound up happening with Dak Prescott is everyone started noticing that Dak Prescott was balling in the preseason. I mean, we wasn't even doing all this videos and YouTube stuff and putting the training camp online. We were just watching Dak Prescott, and everyone who watched Dak Prescott in the preseason already knew, oh, wow, this dude Dak Prescott is good. Everybody already knew. Everybody already knew Dak Prescott was good if they were paying attention. And so now we're watching this whole issue. Now we're watching this whole issue with Camden Brown. And I'm going to tell you right now, we'll see, Taj, I appreciate that super chat. Let me see what Taj said. Taj said that Broadus was bugging saying Brown don't get open. Okay. All right, he said Brown don't get open. We're gonna see if we can pull up something on that, Taj. We're going to see if we can pull up a little something on Brown don't get open. So if Brown don't get open, tell me what Mingo does. Tell me what Mingo does then. What does Mingo do? I don't understand when someone starts saying that. Well, what does Mingo do? Mingo's been here 3 seasons. What does he do? Mingo, I'm telling the truth. I don't even think I'm making an argument. I'm just telling the truth. Mingo couldn't beat Tolbert. Couldn't beat Ryan Flanoy. Couldn't push Turpin. And now Camden Brown comes in here pushing Mingo. Tell me anything you want. This sounds like the front office saying we gave up a 4th round pick and we don't want to be wrong on it. We're going to give our 4th round pick another opportunity to make this team. And if he don't make the team, then we're going to let him walk. Because I'm telling you now, Jonathan Mingo is not getting an extension with the Cowboys. He's not. This is the last chance for Mingo with the Cowboys. He's not getting an extension with the Cowboys. He's not. He's not getting an extension. Stephen White, if Mingo has just started, then Mingo don't deserve to be on the team. Because Mingo has been here now, I think this is the 3rd season. Didn't we get him in, 24? We got him in 24 at the trade deadline. He's been here in 25. This is the 3rd season. This is it for Mingo. Mingo is not going to get extended playing special teams. I don't believe he is. You can let Camden Brown do that. The Cowboys are in a predicament. Let me read this. Tosh said, Broder said Mingo was a special teams player. He is. That's actually what he is. He said on the radio and on Jeff Kavanaugh YouTube show that Brown doesn't get open and the only great thing he does is catch the ball. Well, okay, what else do you need him to do? That's crazy work. To say that Brown, and again, I'm telling us, man, I don't think Jonathan Mingo has ever had the college season. I don't think he's ever had the college season that Camden Brown had at Georgia Southern. Sheesh. Man, that thing there. And Taj, I like Brian Broaddus, but I think that's a crazy statement right there. I think that's a crazy statement. And Dak Elite, I mean, you might not realize it, but you're making my case on this too. You keep saying he was hurt. Your best ability is availability. I don't want a wide receiver that stays hurt. I don't want a wide receiver that stays hurt.
First, you're back on the field. You good to go for Friday?
Oh, yes, sir. I feel pretty good.
Oh, this is Michael Trigg. Okay. Okay, this is Michael Trigg. All right. This is another beast of a player. So we're going to see what the Cowboys are going to do about Michael Trigg. Because, again, Michael Trigg is a player that has the ability, and I think he can be better than Schoonmaker. I think he's already better than Schoonmaker. But because the Cowboys drafted Schoonmaker's 2nd-round pick, Schoonmaker is also getting an opportunity. I don't think Schoonmaker is getting an opportunity based upon what he's been doing. I believe Schoonmaker is getting these opportunities because he was a 2nd-round pick and the Cowboys don't want to be wrong on him. I mean, Jonathan Mingo outperformed him in the preseason. In one game, he's already outperformed anything that Schoonmaker has shown us. Schoonmaker would be gone too. But again, another one of these players been around 3 years, 2nd-round pick. This is his last year. Yeah, word. Yes, sir. Word assassin Hebrew. Jonathan Mingo never caught a TD when he was in Carolina. And, man, he couldn't make it in Carolina. Couldn't make it. Yeah, he couldn't make it. That's why they traded him. He couldn't do anything to catch their attention.
Did you feel I took a step back just being out and missed anything, or?
I mean, I wouldn't say a step back, but just like locking in on the mental reps and still trying to stay attached to the game as close as possible.
How important is this game for you in making this roster?
I mean, it's very important. Just want to be able to show my full talent so these coaches will know what I got.
What do you think you have shown this camp?
I mean, I think I show a little bit of my dog mentality, like my will to work, and I don't think I'm scared of anything, so I'm ready for any moment.
How quick did this training camp fly by, or how slow did it go? First one, you know?
I don't know. When it was in Oxnard, it was going by kind of slow, like just being with the guys every day, no breaks or nothing like that. But honestly, I wouldn't change anything, though. I feel like it went a pretty good pace.
But now that the preseason finale is coming up, I mean, is it kind of hitting you how real it is that, like, hey, this is, the season's coming around and,
yeah. Yeah, a little bit. I mean, you got to lace your shoes up, tie them a little tighter, but, I mean, football is football at the end of the day.
What did you learn about the NFL compared to college, this whole experience so far?
Details. Just details in the playbook, details and how you're running your routes and blocking schemes and stuff like that. It's just more defined.
So much pressure as the preseason closes, but are you feeling even more? Maybe you have to make up for some lost time missing preseason game 2, or do they tell you to let the game come to you?
No, man, I wouldn't say pressure, but just me being me, I want to get out there and do the best I can, 100%.
How much before a preseason finale do you kind of have to almost say, hey, this is a business, I'm going to do whatever the best I can, and then I'll see how the cards kind of fall after the game?
Say that again for me, please.
How much is a part of it, like, hey, it's the preseason finale, cut down day's coming? Do you kind of go in there like, hey, it's a business, and I'm just going to do the best I can, and whatever happens, happens? How much you kind of just got to accept that whatever happens, happens, too?
I mean, yeah, at this point, me being in the situation I'm in, I mean, I'm going to go out there, give my 110 if I can, and that's what I got to let the chips fall where they may.
Thanks for
All right, thank you, guys.
I'm still wondering if Triggs gonna play. I'm still wondering if Triggs gonna play, man. I really am. I'm wondering if Michael Trigg gonna play. Because if he plays, well, I don't know. He could play, and then you could say he re-aggravated his toe. I guess you could say he re-aggravated his toe, and then you could let him play some more. I mean, you could put him on IR, but again, man, we're gonna look over here at this Cowboys depth chart for a moment, because I'm telling you, man, the Cowboys got some serious decisions to make. And I think they're gonna make some heartbreaking decisions. And a part of the reason is that the roster is really that good. But then I think some of it is, and I don't want to call it 100% politics, but some of it is simply the Cowboys drafted these certain players. They're all in contract years, and they may want to see what they are in this last contract year. Maybe they may even try to trade them or something, But the Cowboys, they got a problem, and we can identify these players because they're all in contract years. Let's kind of look at their roster again. This is hold on, let me go over here and change something real quick. Yeah, let's look again at these roster casualties for the Cowboys. Let's look at these roster casualties for the Cowboys. I mean, this 53-man roster. I mean, this team is just so darn talented, man. The team is so deep that some of these you just can't keep them all. And in a perfect world, you would like to keep Maurice Leofau. You'd like to keep Brown, Trigg, all of these players, Phil Maffa, the rest. You're just not going to be able to keep them all. You can't. You can't keep them all. But I tell you this, you better figure out a way to do something, because some of these players, they're just not going to make it. They're not going to make it if you try to put them on the practice squad. They're just not going to make it. The bottom line. Let's kind of look over here again, looking at the Cowboys roster. They're not going to make it. I'm sorry, Camden Brown. You can't let Camden Brown hit free agency. He's not going to make it. I'm sorry, Camden Brown, there are teams out there right now that are looking at Camden Brown saying, wow, the Cowboys let this dude go. We're going to bring it. We're going to bring him onto the roster. And this guy's going to play for us. Again, we're going to come back to Camden Brown, because I'm going to go down the list in this league, and I'm telling you, there are teams, I guarantee you right now, they're eyeing a player like Camden Brown, because when you get to around this time, you're paying attention to players on other teams that are playing extremely well, but may not make those teams, not because they're not good, but because that team can't keep all that wealth of talent in that position. And I guarantee you, there are about 6 or 7 teams that have Camden Brown circled? Because I know I would. I would have Camden Brown circled. I absolutely would. I got Camden Brown circled if I'm these certain teams. I'm going to show you in a moment. But again, Camden Brown, you already know you can't let this guy get on the open market. I bet you can let Mingo get on the open market. I bet you can let Mingo get on the open market. Anthony Smith, you drafted him. I'm not sure you're going to let, I'm not sure they're going to even with Anthony Smith, they drafted him. I'm not sure if they're going to even let Anthony Smith go off this thing. So I think they got 7 wide receivers. Pickens, Lamb, Flanoy, Brown, Mingo, Turpin, Smith. That's 7. You drafted Anthony Smith. What are you doing? Never was really worried about Valdez Scantling. The rest of these guys back here, they're good as gone. But what do you do with Anthony Smith? What do you do? Man, let me tell you something, Taj, and I'm going to bring that up in a moment. You make a very good point. Shoot, 49ers, I guarantee you. Shoot. I guarantee you the 49ers are licking their chops. Praying. If they got wide receivers circled, Camden Brown is one of them. I guarantee you there are teams out there that has this man's name circled. And I don't think the Cowboys have solved this offensive line situation. I don't think they've figured out this offensive line situation. I mean, beyond these 3, Smith, BB Booker, I mean, Terrence Steele, man, I'm going to show you a play later on. Von Miller ran around Terrence Steele so fast it'll make your head spin. I mean, we already saw what Donovan Ezerako did to him. Terrence Steele, I'm telling y'all right now, Von Miller either still got it or something's wrong with Terrence Steele. Or maybe it could be a combination of both. Let me see if I can show you this play real quick. Von Miller ran around Terrence Steele so fast it'll make your head spin.
Assuming everybody stays healthy, it's great having the...
What? Dude, what? It happened so quick y'all didn't see it, did you? It happened so quick y'all didn't see it, did you? Von Miller's at the top left of your screen. Watch Von Miller.
Great having...
Look at this.
Assuming everybody stays healthy.
What? What? Either Von Miller is terrible. Either Terrence Steele is terrible, or people are underestimating Von Miller. Shit. What? Did y'all see Von Miller get around that corner? Did y'all see Von Miller get around that corner?
Great having the
Dude, what?
Option.
Man, he got around that corner so quick on Terrence Steele.
Great having, assuming everybody stays healthy, it's great having the options available.
And look at what the Cowboys are doing on this play. You can also see something else. The Cowboys are trying to keep pass protection back here on this particular play for Dak Prescott. And I'm thinking that's Hunter Lipke. They got Hunter Lipke back here, and his job is to chip if he goes outside. But if you'll notice, look at what Rashawn Gary did. Rashawn Gary slipped inside.
Great
Look at the bottom. Look at the bottom.
Assuming everybody stays healthy, it's great having the options available.
So you had Ty Smith. He kind of rolled over and kind of helped out on that. But when you look at Terrence Steele, oh my gosh. That boy Von Miller got some get off, man.
Assuming everybody stays healthy, it's great having the options.
That boy Von Miller. That boy, I don't care what nobody say, boy. That boy Von Miller. Man, people talk about this dude is done. That boy Von Miller got some get off. I know it's Terrence Steele. But that boy Von Miller got some get off, man. That boy said, man, that boy, it looked like Terrence Steele barely put his hand on him. It really does like he barely put his hand on him. April Showers, appreciate that super chat. April Showers said, gee, Ryan Flanoy will be in a contract. Yes, Ryan Flanoy will be in a contract year next year. And Turpin can be let go next year, and they will let him go. Jaden Blue is going to be his replacement. He's going to be his replacement. And I don't think Mingo makes it next year. I think Mingo is in a contract year. I mean, he already got his contract reworked this year. He going to have to really do something this year. Mingo going to have to really do something this year because I'm telling you now, Camden Brown makes the team. The Cowboys are going to be developing Camden Brown into the special teams portion of their team. You could already tell they were trying to do it. They had him trying to field punts already. And so the Cowboys are going to start trying to work him in. But, hey, you know what? I'm pulling for Mingo. Man, if Mingo comes out and balls out this year, fantastic. Better for the Cowboys. But I'll tell you this, even if he does ball out, you can't let go Camden Brown. But, again, man, we'll show this play again later. Terrence Steele, oh, my gosh.
Great
Bruh,
having.
Look at this one more time.
Assuming everybody stays healthy.
Cowboys Nation, what was that? This man, it's like Terrence Steele tried to check him. It's like Terrence Steele tried to check him, and he was just like, oh, man, move out the way. Boy, that is crazy. That is crazy work right there, man. But that's kind of...
It's great.
That's why I say this offensive line, man, when we look at this roster on the Cowboys offensive line, this offensive line, man, it isn't settled. They need more than this right here. I believe, if you ask me, I think they need to get Taylor Decker to be sitting on the bench. I don't care if the Cowboys bring Decker in and pay him $7 million a year and let him sit on the bench. I don't care. Let him go sit on the bench so that you can have some insurance. Because I am not sold. You got Nate Thomas back here. Nate Thomas has regressed. I don't know what happened to him in the offseason. Drew Shelton, I'll be honest with you. If you actually had the offensive lineman, Drew Shelton would actually be on the practice squad. Drew Shelton isn't ready. And I think Drew Shelton is about a year off. Drew Shelton probably needs to be on the practice squad and get developed. I don't think a team would come get Drew Shelton off the practice squad. I don't think they would. But again, the Cowboys drafted him in the 4th round. They may absolutely let him take up a roster spot and let him learn from the bench. But again, you know, when you think about these 5-down linemen, I would consider T.J. Bass to be number 6. I mean, who's number 7? Who's number 7? You went and traded, who's this? Trevor Keegan with Philadelphia. Who's number 7? You traded San Francisco, Leverett, 2025. But really, who's the number 7 offensive lineman? Then you got another issue here. Shayaza Pete. What are you going to do with Shayaza Pete? Shayaza Pete is a great story. His story is bigger than the player right now. I mean, I don't think anyone is telling you that he's a great player, a good player, or he should even make the team. So maybe the Cowboys can put him on the practice squad. We'll see if they got enough nerve to do it. But regardless, I do think of all the places the Cowboys are going to be looking at the waiver wire, the Cowboys will be looking for offensive line depth at the waiver wire. I really do. I think the Cowboys will be looking at the waiver wire for offensive line depth. Because honestly, you really only got 6 legitimate offensive linemen. And even our 2 tackles, we're still questioning them. Terrence Steele, I don't know what we're going to do. All I'm hoping is that Terrence Steele gets better. That's all I can tell you. I just hope Terrence Steele gets better. I don't know what else to tell us on that. Because it seems like to me, this is another one of these issues where this team has given Terrence Steele a contract prematurely, 1 good season, gave him a contract. So now prematurely, we got him under contract and we can't do anything with Terrence Steele other than eat the money. And so it seems like to me the Cowboys are saying, well, we paid him. Let's keep working with it. He can run block pretty good. Passing blocking is just, you're just going to have to do some extra great play action. Line of tightening up on his side sometimes. I saw already where the Cowboys are lining Tyler Guyton up on his side down there on goal line. So, I don't know, man. I'm struggling with this offensive line. This is one of these places where they're going to be looking at the waiver wire. And then the question becomes, how many do they keep? How many do they keep? 9 or 10? 9 or 10. Madman is in the congregation tonight. What's going on, Madman? Camden is a gym. You don't get rid of a player like that. Nope, I agree. French eyes. Yeah, his pride is hurt. He ain't hurt, but his pride is. Pride is definitely hurt. Yeah, I'm with you, Tosh. I'd sign Decker. And even if I didn't move Guyton to right tackle immediately, I would put Decker on the bench just in case. I would. I'm sorry. I'd sign Decker, man. I really would. I would sign Decker in a heartbeat and wouldn't even think twice on it. But again, this is the issue. And again, I really want to know what they're going to do with Shayaz Peak. Then the tight end situation, it's, of course, Ferguson and Spanford. But again, I think Luke Schoonmaker, again, is one of these front office issues. Because if I were the Cowboys, I'm going with Michael Trigg. I'm going with Michael Trigg. You'd like to keep 4 tight ends, but you can't. But I don't think Trigg and Camden Brown can actually hit your practice squad. Those are the 2 players. They can't hit your practice squad. Trigg and Camden Brown hit your practice squad, they're gone. Bottom line. Trigg and Camden Brown hit your practice squad, they're gone. They are. They're gone. Those are the 2 players that cannot hit your practice squad. And I think they know this too. They're going to have a long conversation about this. But I think there's going to be a heartbreaking move. I think there's going to be a heartbreaking move on defense. And I think it's going to be Maurice Leofau. I think it's going to be Maurice Leofau. I just don't know where you keep Maurice Leofau on the linebacker situation. I just don't know where you keep him. How do you keep Maurice Leofau? You got these 4 linebackers, they're going nowhere. You typically only keep about 9 to 10. You drafted Barham. You got Malachi Lawrence. You got Von Miller, that's 8. You only got 1 or 2 spots at the linebacker position. Who are you keeping? You drafted Shamar James, but now Justin Barron is starting to look better than Shamar James. You got Sam Williams. Oh, and you're not letting go of James Houston. I say you got to keep James Houston. James Houston is one of the better pass rushers on the team. You got to keep James Houston. So who do you keep now between Shamar James, Justin Barron, Sam Williams, and Maurice Leofau? Wow. Wow is all I can tell you. The Cowboys are in a situation to where they actually would want to keep an extra player at each one of these positions. Where you once would have carried 9 linebackers, in your mind, you're like, I might want to carry 10. But then I can't carry 9 or 10 offensive linemen. And if I carry 10 and 10, then I can't carry an extra wide receiver. And if I carry an extra wide receiver, I mean, you got so many different combinations. You can't keep them all. You can't keep them all. And then when you look at your defensive backs, you typically keep 10 of them. Bland, Thompson, Malik Hooker, Jacoby Durant, Caleb Downs, they're going nowhere. You look at your defensive backs, and when you get to number 6, Savon Revel Jr., you get to number 7, PJ Locke. You get to number 8, Devin Reddy. Now you got to choose between Marquise Bell. You're going to keep Devin Moore. You got to choose between Marquise Bell, Reddy Stewart, Julius Wood. You got Darian Kendrick back here. I'm not understanding why Bridges is on the team. So if you're going to keep, let's say you're going to keep PJ Locke, there's no way you keep there's no way you keep Marquise Bell over Julius Wood. I just think he's had too good of a camp. I think he's had too good of a camp. I think he can take up the slack at special teams. So Cowboys got some heartbreaking moves to make. They do. They got some heartbreaking moves. And I think the heartbreaking move is going to be Maurice Leofau, Sam Williams. Those are heartbreaking moves for, well, maybe not Sam Williams, but Maurice Leofau, heartbreaking move. Heartbreaking move. Andre Johnson said Maurice will be here. You can move him around. You can't say that about the rest of them. I don't know. Yeah, you can, but where does he fit? And again, Bell Locke, yeah, he's got a deal. Bell's already got a deal. And again, man, Cowboys are going to be cutting some players, man. Frank Lawrence said, come on, G. Maurice Leofau flashed on a 32nd ranked defense where a highlight reel full of guys were missing tackles. I'm telling you, Frank Lawrence, you better get prepared. Cowboys have already said as much. Brian Schottenheimer said, unfortunately, So again, I count them for you. If you keep 10, here's your first 4. Here's your second line. That's 7. So if you're going to keep 8, 9, or 10, I'm not keeping Maurice Leofau over James Houston. So James Houston is number 8. So if you're going to keep 9, so you're basically going to keep, or you keeping Maurice Leofau over Justin Barron, Shamar James, Sam Williams. I don't know if the Cowboys, maybe they will. Maybe they will, but that's the decision they have to make. Will they keep Maurice Leofau over Sam Williams, Shamar James, Justin Barron? That's what you're dealing with. It's gonna be tough for the Cowboys, man. These are really, to me, the only moves that they're gonna have to really think about. Yeah, I heard Brothers talking about that Bell's gonna take Goodwin's spot. Oh, we're gonna see. We're gonna see. Stephen White said, "I really want to see Sammy this season, but great to can't keep him too." Yeah, I mean, shoot. Cowboys just got some good depth, man. Madman said Sam Williams over Leofau. I mean, who you gonna keep? That's what you're dealing with. That's what you're dealing with. I want to go back to Camden Brown for a moment too. Want to go back to Camden Brown. Want to go back to Camden Brown. I think you're going to start seeing tape on Camden Brown. Yeah, I think you're going to start seeing some tape on Camden Brown. Because I think there are people that have heard what Brian Broaddus actually said about Camden Brown. And I've already pulled up the thing on Camden Brown. You know, people are saying that he doesn't get open. Well, somebody went out there, and I don't know who it is. Let me see. Somebody was saying that Camden Brown doesn't get separation. Skywalker Steele. Shout out to Skywalker Steele. Skywalker Steele went out there, pulled up some stuff on him, and I know they're going to pull up more. People are saying that Camden Brown don't get separation. Not sure where they're getting this from. This is Camden Brown down in your lower left-hand corner. This is Camden Brown. So somebody said Camden Brown don't get separation. What do you call this? What do you call that? Is that not separation? Said Camden Brown don't get separation. Here he is again. Camden Brown. Is this not separation? I'm sorry. These are lies, man. These are lies. These are lies. I'm not mad. Whoever said that, I'm a big Brian Broaddus fan. But it's a lie to say that this dude ain't getting open. Do y'all realize that he was getting open on the second team of the Seahawks? This is the third team. He was getting open on the second team. And not only did he get open, but he made an incredible catch. These are lies when they say this dude don't get separation. Somebody tell me what that is. That's not separation? That's not separation. That's not separation? Let's look some more. Here he is again. That's not separation? That's not separation. What are we talking about? Here he is again. Look at that move. Look at that move. That's not separation? That's separation in the NFL. It was a bad throw. That's separation. Here he is again. That isn't separation? That's not separation. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? When I hear people saying stuff like that, I'm like, are you looking at the tape? Shout out to Terrence Steele for pulling this all up for us. What are you talking about? He's not getting open. What are we talking about? Shout out to Skywalker Steele. Shout out to Skywalker Steele. What are we talking about? Man, what are we talking about? This guy ain't getting open, man. What are we talking about? Who's saying this stuff and not looking at the tape? Camden Brown is absolutely getting open. Camden Brown is absolutely getting open, man. Just destroying that argument. I mean, come on, man. Come on, man. The tape ain't lying on this dude. They ain't lying on this dude, man. This dude, man, I'm telling you right now, the Cowboys full well know it. They know it. Because what I'm showing you is readily available to other teams. It is readily available. And I'm going to show you something else here in just a moment. Let me show you this. There are other teams out there. There are other teams out there. And I'm telling us right now, there are other teams out there. They are looking at the Cowboys. They're not just looking at the Cowboys. They're looking at teams who have players. They are looking at teams who have players that they could absolutely go and rob. And I'm going to tell you right now, I can go down the line for you. All right, and I did have that video up there, right? I just want to make sure I had the video up, right? New England Patriots. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's go down the line. The New York Jets. I believe they could lose Camden Brown. Pittsburgh Steelers. Baltimore Ravens. I believe they could use Camden Brown. AFC. I believe Denver Broncos could use a Camden Brown. I believe the Kansas City Chiefs could use a Camden Brown. The Las Vegas Raiders could use a Camden Brown. NFC, and this is the part where it gets scary. Lost in translation, what's going on tonight? This is where it gets scary. It's the NFC. The NFC is where it gets scary. Do y'all know all three of these teams in the NFC East all need a wide receiver? All three of these teams in the NFC East need a wide receiver. The Giants got Odell Beckham Jr. fighting for the 5th spot. That tells you everything you need to know. Odell Beckham Jr. They just lost a wide receiver. The New York Giants, I guarantee you, Camden Brown, they could use him. Washington Commanders, they can definitely use him. Philadelphia Eagles, they can definitely use him. Just lost A.J. Brown. They can use him. You look at the NFC North. I would say a team like maybe the Carolina Panthers, Tampa Bay Buccaneers definitely could use him. Absolutely could use a wide receiver like Camden Brown. Believe it or not, the Seattle Seahawks could use Camden Brown. They are looking for another wide receiver to go along with Jackson Smith and Jigba. But I'm going to tell you who really are desperate for wide receivers. San Francisco 49ers. Oh, my gosh. They are dropping players like crazy. Like crazy. Absolutely, they're dropping them like crazy. There are at least, I guarantee you, 8 teams that are monitoring Camden Brown. Why wouldn't they? They're monitoring Camden Brown, and they're also monitoring Michael Trigg. A lot of the scouts said that Michael Trigg was a top 5 tight end in this year's draft. Now, if y'all remember the draft, they didn't get to number 5. They were so busy drafting defensive and offensive linemen, the draft was over. They didn't get the tight ends. That's why the Cowboys were able to get Michael Trigg so quick. But don't think teams have forgotten about Michael Trigg. And the little bit of what they've seen with the Cowboys, let Michael Trigg hit free agency. Let Michael Trigg hit free agency. Camden Brown hit free agency. They won't last. Frank Lawrence said, if no Camden, I'd still be looking to cut Mingo. Well, if you're going to cut Mingo, you better not cut Camden Brown. But again, I mean, I had the video up there, right? I want to make sure I wasn't watching that video on my own. But I had the video up there. I just showed you. For everything they're saying about Camden Brown don't get open, that's not true. That's absolutely not true. I don't know what they're talking about on Camden Brown don't get open. I mean, Camden Brown don't get separation. He don't get open. The only thing he does is catch. Only thing he does is catch. What? Who says so? I'm sorry. I'd have to hear that comment in context. What are you talking about? Only thing he does is catch. He's a wide receiver, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. I'm sorry. I'm struggling with that part right there. But I'm telling us right now, man, Camden Brown, shoot. But now let Camden, you better not make that mistake. You better not make that mistake. Let me see if I can show you another one here. You ready to see another one? I don't know what they're talking about on Camden Brown. Somebody got to tell me what the world they talking about on Camden Brown. This was a play from this Cowboys thing on Wednesday. Look at this. Watch this play from Camden Brown. Check it out. Look at this. Not only can you throw the ball to Camden Brown when he's open, you can throw the ball to Camden Brown when he's not open because he's open. Look at that right there. What? What? Look at this. This dude, Camden Brown, is bonkers. And I want you to look down the field. He's not the only one that has tight coverage on him. Look, he ain't the only one. Look. Tight coverage, tight coverage, tight coverage. All three of these wide receivers are tight coverage. But guess why he threw the ball to Camden Brown? Because of those receivers, guess who he knows is going to go up and get it? Guess who he knows is going to get up there and get it? Look at the concentration. Looking over his right shoulder, turns all the way to his left. Or he's looking over his right shoulder and turns all the way to the right, contorts his body, and makes the catch. Shoot, man. I'm sorry. If you call this all he does is catch, well, sign me up then. I'm sorry. Sign me up. Sign me up. This man Camden Brown is sick, y'all. Camden Brown needs to go to get checked. Camden Brown needs to check up, bro. Camden Brown is sick. That's all I'm telling you. Shoot, Camden Brown is sick with it, bro. Camden Brown is sick with it. Camden Brown cannot let that man hit free agency because everybody's watching this stuff. Everybody's watching this stuff on Camden Brown, man. Everybody is realizing, like, wow, Cowboys got a deep wide receiver room. And if they cut that kid Camden Brown, sign us up. I'm telling us right now, man, teams are looking at Camden Brown. They're looking at Camden Brown. They have no choice. They have no choice. The dude has come out in the preseason and has made his mark. There's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do. So Camden Brown has the Cowboys in a headlock. You can teach them how to tackle. I'm sorry, you can teach somebody how to tackle. You can teach somebody how to play special teams. Players don't come to the NFL being great special teams players. They don't. But you can teach a player how to be a great special teams player. But what you can't teach them is what you're watching Camden Brown do. High point the ball, great concentration, incredible catches. Nah, you can't teach that. I can teach you how to return punts. Yeah, I can teach you how to return punts, bro. No problem. I can teach you all that stuff, but I can't teach you what I just saw from Camden Brown. Camden Brown, I'm telling y'all right now, man, shoot, boy. Telling y'all right now. But not let that man hit free agency. But not let him hit free agency. I do not want to see him with the New York Football Giants, the Washington Commanders. I don't want to see Camden Brown on none of those teams. I want to see Camden Brown on the Dallas Cowboys, doggone. That's what I want to see. All right. Mosey on over here to 105.3 The Fan. I'm actually shocked that y'all saying Brian Broaddus said that. I'm shocked that y'all said Brian Broaddus said that. Absolutely shocked. Let's go over here to Machota. John Machota, I think this was yesterday. John Machota kind of giving his take on the Cowboys, I think, closing out camp. So very interested to hear this. I haven't actually heard it. Let me see here. Let's pull up old John Machota. See what he has to say. Told y'all though, man, we got a lot of stuff to talk about. And matter of fact, I'm gonna see if I can fit Shayaza Pete. Yeah, we're gonna fit his speech in there too. Yeah, we're gonna fit that speech in there. Let's pull up see if we can pull this up on him. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, I'm a little bit surprised. Y'all said that was Brian Broaddus said that, huh? Oh no, maybe Brian Broaddus was saying that and hadn't looked at the film on that. But yeah. I don't know what they talking about on separation. But that boy Camden Brown, if anything, he is getting separation. All right, let's check out John Machota.
They look good.
This is John Machota talking about the Cowboys. I think this was maybe after, let me see when this was, 9 hours ago. So this is John Machota after the final training camp practice. Let's check him out.
John, I appreciate a lot of stuff that you do on this beat, but I thought one of the best things about this spring and into the summer was you were on this team about linebacker, and you wrote today about Barham. Things have evolved there. In the end, do you think they have enough there now, or do you still think they're a player away?
I mean, I think they could still use more. The thing about the Cowboys that a lot of people don't want to talk about because as sports fans or people that follow sports, most of us are superstitious. But when I look at the roster right now, it's a very healthy roster. And so when I look at the way it is currently constructed, I'm like, no, they probably do have enough right now. But is that realistic to think that everyone's going to stay healthy? Probably not, especially with their luck at linebacker going all the way back, Sean Lee and before. So because of that, I would say, yeah, maybe still add another player there. But if you tell me that there's some type of way you can keep all these guys healthy, I mean, I can see inside linebacker DeMarvion Overshown next to inside linebacker Jay Sean Barham being pretty nice and helping them win a lot of games.
Now, let's kind of address what he just said at the linebacker situation. Okay, I'd probably want to get a little bit more clarity on this. So it's almost like he said two different things. Now, catch this, and now maybe I'm being crazy, but it almost sounds like John Machota said two different things. I'd like to ask him what he meant by this. Okay, so are you saying that you need more linebacker depth, or are you saying you need better linebackers as depth? That's where I am, because it's almost like he's saying, oh, so what do you mean the Cowboys can add more there? The Cowboys got plenty of linebackers. They got plenty. They got more than enough. The question is, I guess for me would be, if we're talking about adding anything else, what more can you add? You're 7 deep. You're 7 deep. Looking at the Cowboys backers, they're 7 deep. You typically only keep, 9 linebackers. So who would be the other 2 that you would take? Let me see. Hold on a second. Because
where do you think Barham's upside is?
Okay, and that's what I'm saying, Madman, because that part don't make sense to me. The part about both, because it's got to be either or. That's kind of where I am in this sense. It's got to be either or, because the Cowboys got enough talent. Their talent at the linebacker position, I think it's really, really good. So the only thing you could be talking about at the grand scheme of things is you don't have enough talent. Your depth isn't talented enough, if that makes sense. Your depth isn't talented enough. But at the end of the day, I think your depth is pretty talented, but you really only have enough room for maybe 1 or 2 players. And let's look at that again, since John Machota said that. So here's our linebacker core. You're not getting rid of these players right here. Gary, D. Winters, Overshown, Ezeraku. You're not getting rid of those. Malachi Lawrence, Jayshawn Barr, and Von Miller. You're 7 deep. You're 7 deep. The only thing you can add is 2 more. Now, if you're telling me you want to add 2 better linebackers, but I still say James Houston is underrated. I say James Houston is underrated. Y'all tell me, but I think James Houston is underrated. James Houston should be your number 8 linebacker. That might leave only one more position. Maurice Leofau, Sam Williams, Justin Barron. So what are we saying? If you're looking at these linebackers, so which of these linebackers are you replacing if you bring somebody in? Who are you replacing? Because you really only got room to replace 2 of them. Who are you replacing? You're 7 deep at linebacker, so you can only add 2. So that means you got to let go of James Houston. I'm not so concerned about James, but you got to let go of Houston, James, Barron, Justin Barron, Maurice Leofau. I'm with you, man. I like James Houston. So if you got James Houston, you 8 deep. I'm keeping James Houston. I'm keeping James Houston. You're 8 deep. You're only keeping 9 linebackers. So you're only talking about 1. You're only talking about 1 extra linebacker. So I'm kind of like, I mean, I'm like, really? Because you can't replace any of the rest of these guys. Who are you replacing? You're not replacing any of the first 7. You're not replacing them. And if you're going to tell me you're going to replace James Houston, you're going to tell me that there must be somebody really good available to replace James Houston. So you're really only talking about 2 spots. So if he's talking about the quality of the depth, you're only talking about 2 linebackers. You're only talking about 2. So who are those 2 linebackers? Are they out there? You know, that's another question. Are they out there? They're going to be looking at the waiver wire. They're going to really be looking at the waiver wire. And who knows? You never know who's going to come available. So we'll see. You never know who's going to come available. But I thought that was very interesting, hearing him say they could use more. Is he talking about the depth? Because really could only be talking about one or two players. But again, man, in a perfect world, all of your players are great to good. But I don't think the Cowboys have no more of a problem at the linebacker situation than any other team has. I mean, what team is 9 deep at linebacker? Seriously. What team is 9 deep at wide? I mean, what team is 9 deep at linebacker? Who is that team? I don't think there are very many teams that are 9 deep at the linebacker position. So, I mean, if you could tweak it, add a couple of more in there, that'd be great too. And and again, how do they all play? You got to find a way for all of them to play too. So we're going to see how it goes. But again, it's a talent acquisition game. Get as many as you can that fit the system. And not so much as what the talent, but get guys who can play in that system. All right, let's see what he said. What else he says here about? What else is he saying here about Cowboys moves? Because in the grand scheme of things, I believe a lot of the things people were looking at before training camp, they said the Cowboys needed help. I think a lot of us are now kind of like, okay, maybe they could go kind of get along with that. Hey, Germany, July, you said the Jets are 9 deep. That you talking about? Very rare.
Is for year one. Can he hang in there and handle everything that you need him to?
I think he can. You know, I went back when I was writing that story, and I wanted to look over some of the stuff that Dane Brugler wrote about Barham and, you know, entering the draft process and that. And one of the things that kind of stood out to me that made me think of, I can't wait to look for this as the season goes on, but kind of like opponents being able to use his aggressiveness against him, you know, maybe throw some eye candy his way to where maybe he's over aggressive on a play, over pursues, because he does play, like you saw in that Cardinals game, with his hair on fire. I mean, he is aggressive, intimidating, physical presence. And so I think, because my whole thing with him is, as I've watched him since the beginning of training camp, I'm just kind of like, how did this guy fall to the third round? What am I missing here? What don't I get about football? That, because this looks like a guy that I feel like should have at least went in the second round, because he just makes plays when he's out there. I mean, the biggest one is certainly going down.
Appreciate that super chat, Germany, July. Appreciate it.
Hell, you know, making life hell for opposing offensive linemen and getting after the quarterback, you know, and I don't know, just like he just seems like kind of a little bit like Caleb Downs, where they're just obsessed with football, students of the game, on top of being just incredible physical athletes.
John, as somebody who I always think has a very fair and measured approach while you cover this team, you've been doing this now for a long time. As you put a close and a bow on this training camp, how does it compare to maybe some of the previous Cowboys teams heading into the season?
Yeah, this is year 16 for me, and I would put it up there, definitely in the top 5, and certainly better than anything over the last few years. You know, that's the thing. Like, you know, I've written and put out videos talking about how, you know, it just feels different this year, and I love.
Okay, so a lot of y'all have been watching the Cowboys for a long time. John Machota says, coming out of training camp, this is probably one of the top 5 teams that he's seen in 16 years. Just in my recollection, I could be wrong. This, for me, has to be top 2 or 3. Talent-wise, coming out of training camp. That 2016 team, we didn't realize how talented it was because we had not seen Zeke and Dak together. That team was pretty good. But I think if you look really, if you're just being honest, pound for pound, I don't know if we've actually been better offensively since 92. I'm just being honest. I don't think this team has been better offensively since 92. I mean, this offense is crazy. It's crazy, crazy good. When I think about the defense, I mean, it's Christian Parker. I mean, this has probably been the best looking defense coming out with a new defense coordinator that we've had in a long time. Maybe a decade? I can't think in a decade that we've had a defense coming out of training camp that's kind of looking like this one is looking. I really don't. So, man, this is a really good team. Bama boy, what's going on? You on the road tonight? All right, you said, yep, leaving Louisiana, heading home. Yes, sir. So, yeah, I'm kind of like, this is a really good team. It really is. Madman, for real. Offense is crazy except for right tackle. Man, Terrence Steele is having some serious problems out there. But overall as a team, coming out of training camp, man, this thing looks pretty good. It really does. It looks pretty darn good, man.
Of when people will come back with, you guys say that every year. I don't know who you guys are. I don't. I don't know where. Go find where I said that last year, the year before. I would love for you to find that. I'll line up a bunch of my coworkers. They're probably sick of hearing me complain the last couple of years of how beating the job was, because it was just like, really, where's this going? I mean, what are we doing here? I mean, whether the team's got a chance to win the Super Bowl or they're going to lose every game, you still got to show up to work every day and cover the team. It's certainly more fun if the team is winning. And no, I can certainly tell you that it is a little bit different this year. There is a different feel. There aren't the distractions. The health has been great. The offense looks like it could be even better than it was a year ago. And then on defense, it just looks very sound. You just don't see those communication mistakes. You got young players that look like they can contribute, and you got veterans that have come from other teams that seem as hungry as ever to get this thing back on track. Plus, you got the motivation of, a lot of people look at it as the worst defense in Cowboys history, even though a lot of these pieces weren't part of that. But they still have that chip on their shoulder. So there's a lot of things to be positive about.
John, about 30% of the league has lost a starter for the season. It's 9 or 10 teams, I think, right now. With that in mind, the Cowboys have been, pretty lucky. What do you expect tomorrow night in the preseason finale? You do they usually put everybody on ice or bubble wrap or however you want to say it, or do you think there's important players that could still use some significant work?
Yeah, this is usually the game where you're going to put most of your players that can contribute during the season on ice. You don't need to see any more from them. But with that being said, I still think this game will be interesting because of Joe Milton and Sam Howell will play. Some of those running backs, even though I'm kind of set on who I think the 4 will be, I still think that could be kind of interesting. I could see them still playing Camden Brown, and just from being at all the practices and seeing him in those and the preseason games, the guy's a highlight at least once every game. So there's that. Michael Trigg, a guy that I think is on the outside looking in at tight end. I think that he could still be fun to watch. And then obviously the backups on that offensive line to see how they look, because the depth on the offensive line looks like one of the biggest concerns right now. But I also could see Barham playing. Maybe he doesn't play the full, I think got 22 defensive snaps last.
Yeah, I'd take Brown over Turpin in the grand scheme of things, but Turpin ain't going nowhere. Turpin is on contract.
Game. Maybe he plays a little bit less than that, but I could see him out there. And then maybe this is a spot where one of those defensive backs that are bottom of the roster, do something to make the team. So I don't think it'll be as interesting as the first 2 preseason games, but there'll be stuff there that'll keep it interesting, at least for a half.
How much encouragement do you get from watching this defense play, though, with, very few busts, very few broken tackles? I mean, it seems like Christian Parker has made the backup players on this team significantly better. What do you think about, the idea of a complete defensive turnaround from the bottom of the league towards, better than average, top third here in 2026?
Yeah, and I didn't necessarily think that was going to be possible, because I was like, well, they're going to have a first-time defensive coordinator, and I know that the talent on that side of the ball was lacking last year. They came up short on inside linebacker in free agency, and so there was a part of me that was like, yeah, I can see they're going to be better, but I mean, how much better? But to your point, when you see some of those things of how bought in everybody is defensively, I just look at what they are on offense and how good they are there, that you don't need to be great on defense to be a playoff team. And if they somehow end up being great on defense and exceeding expectations, then you really got something. Then you got something that could potentially make a run in January. So they have the pieces there. And then also with Christian Parker, I think there is a little bit, it's not all negative when you're the first-time DC, because there's also the other teams don't know exactly what I'm going to do in these different situations. And I think he has several chess pieces on this team, the Barhams, the Caleb Downs, that from game to game, they could be used in different roles and things like that. And so there are a lot of intriguing pieces. So, I'm believing that this will be a significantly better defense. Now, will it be top 10? Probably not in the league, but I think it could get to that 15 to 20 range.
All right, now let me show y'all something. Yeah, Coach Jay, actually you heard it here first, because I've already talked about the possibility of the Cowboys having a top 10 defense. Yeah, I've already talked about that. Now, I'm going to tell you why the Cowboys could have a top 10 defense. Follow me on this for a second. I've already shown this before. But I'm going to show you why the Cowboys could possibly have a top 10 defense. It won't
How good are
necessarily Cowboys Nation, because the Cowboys are that dominant. Just watch the logic I'm about to show you. I've already pointed this out. Let me show you something logical people aren't paying attention to. I started saying this about maybe a month and a half ago, that this Cowboys schedule isn't as tough as people thought it was. And now that we're watching training camps develop, I think we're even realizing even more. I've already said it before. The NFL actually set the Cowboys up to succeed. The NFL has set the Cowboys up to where once they get past that first half of the season, the Cowboys are going to have an opportunity to go on a ferocious playoff run with a whole lot of rest. They're only playing 3 games in December. That's all they're playing. They're going to come out of Thanksgiving and they're only going to play 3 games. And then the games they play after those 3 games, you're talking about the Jaguars, the Giants, and the Commanders. They have literally set the Cowboys up to succeed. And I was saying this long before anybody said it. Or nobody said it yet, but I'm saying it. I think you'll hear other people saying it as time goes on. It is really logical, and it's not a lot to, as much as we may think that it's a lot to say the Cowboys could be top 10. No, it's not. Let me run you through it real quick, and we'll be back to John Machota. Look at the offenses. I think this is the part that people are missing. Look at the offenses we're playing. Really? The Giants? I don't think they're going to be that good offensively. The Commanders? Not going to be good offensively. The Ravens? We'll see. That's going to be a good test. CJ Stroud has been struggling like crazy. Buccaneers. We'll see what they do. But it's not like they're an offensive juggernaut. Green Bay could do pretty good. Still don't see them as an offensive juggernaut. We already know that the Eagles don't put up a lot of points. Don't put up a lot of passing yards. Christian Parker is going to make sure the Cowboys beat the Eagles twice. Christian Parker is going to help Brian Schottenheimer dismantle the Eagles. Christian Parker's not Matt Eberflus. Christian Parker's going to take it personal when we see the Eagles. We're going to beat we're sweeping the Eagles because of Christian Parker. Watch what I tell you. Again, the Eagles, they're not offensive juggernauts. The Cardinals will not be offensive juggernauts. The Colts will not be offensive juggernauts. The 49ers are decimated offensively. The Titans and Cam Ward, they're not ready. The only 2 teams that we're literally going to face that are going to be offensive juggernauts in a sense, Seahawks and the Rams. I would not be surprised by the time we see the Seahawks or the Rams. We could be at about number 8 or 9 because of the teams that we're playing. It's not so much about how great we're going to be. You're not playing offensive juggernaut teams. You're not. The Giants aren't great. The Commanders aren't great. We don't know what the Ravens got. Brand new coach, brand new coordinator. We got to see. CJ Stroud struggling. Baker Mayfield, don't think he has the weapons. Jordan Love, we'll see what happens with the Green Bay Packers. They could be pretty good. But again, Eagles on the decline. Jalen Hurts can't throw on too high safety. I think Carson Beck will be the quarterback by the time we see the Cardinals. Just look at the logicity of this. You're really only going to play probably 2 top 10 offenses. The Rams will be a top 5 offense, I believe. Seahawks will probably be top 15. They'll probably be in between 10 and 15. Rams will be probably about top 5. Top 5 offense right here because they got a very good running game. Jaguars, Giants, and Commanders, do not expect them to have top 15 offenses. You're probably looking at somewhere 20 and back. Jaguars could probably be somewhere in that 15 range. Giants and Commanders, I'm sorry, I don't see them being anything higher than the Giants, somewhere around 20. Commanders, somewhere around 20 also. The logicity of this isn't that the Cowboys are just going to be that dominant. The logicity of this is We're just not playing dominant offenses. We're not. We're not playing dominant offenses. I mean, really, think about these quarterbacks. I mean, I don't know what everybody's talking about with Jackson Dart. Please, slow down. Dart. I'm sorry, I don't get scared when I hear Dart. Don't get scared when I hear Daniel. Lamar Jackson, my eyebrows do raise. C.J. Stroud, I actually laugh. Baker Mayfield, eyebrow may rise a little bit. Jordan Love, it all depends on the day. Who knows? Jordan Love. Jalen Hurts, no. Christian Parker's going to get this man fits. I believe Carson Beck will be the quarterback by the time we see the Cardinals. Nope. Daniel Jones coming off an Achilles. Nope. Cam Ward. Nope. Brock Purdy, no weapons. Nope. I'm sorry. Even Sam Darnold. I believe they're going to give Sam Darnold problems. Sam Darnold, they're going to give him problems too. But we're not playing offensive juggernaut teams. We're not. I'm not going to be surprised if this defense is somewhere between 8 and 13. I'm not going to be surprised. I've already told you. I think we're going to open up the first 2 games of the season and be top 10. We'll see what happens against the Ravens. But I believe we come out of number 2. I believe we come out of game 2, top 10. Watch what I tell you. Come out of game 2, Cowboys defense is going to be one of the top defenses in the league, and everybody's going to be talking about Christian Parker. They're going to be talking about Christian Parker. And if the Cowboys can do some of the things that we hope they can do offensively, we need the Cowboys to sustain drives. We need the Cowboys to be better in the red zone. We need the Cowboys to be better on third downs. If we can do that, we won't have to keep the defense on the field long. Because the goal is when you play this game, you want your offense on the field longer than your defense. And if our offense can score, red zone, turn more field goals into touchdowns, convert more third downs, stay out of third and longs, we're going to keep this defense off the field to the point that they're going to have no choice but to be somewhere between 8 and 16. Yeah. We're only going to play 3 offenses I'm really concerned about, and maybe 5 if I'm being cautious. Ravens, Buccaneers, Green Bay Packers, Rams, Seahawks. Only thing I'm really worried about. Everything else, not playing no offensive juggernaut. No, we'll be fine. Christian Parker's system gonna give these quarterbacks all kinds of headaches.
Are Deron Bland, Kobe Durant, Savone Ravel looking to you?
They look good, and it kind of goes back to the same thing that I said about, the overall team is that, if you tell me you have Overshown and Barham all season, I think they'll be fine in inside linebacker. If you tell me they'll have those 3 corners all season, I think they're fine there. Now, you lose one of those guys, that's where, because after them, it's kind of a drop-off. Same with the offensive line. If those first 6, there's a drop-off. So,
yeah, he's saying some of the same things I'm saying. But at the end of the day, you really got to ask yourself the question. If you go and look at any NFL roster, how many teams are 6 deep at defensive back as far as cornerback goes? Who? How many teams? So many teams. They're not it's hard to get the kind of depth that we're talking about. It's actually hard. It's hard to be 9 deep at offensive line. It's hard to be 6 deep at cornerback. It's hard to be 5 deep at safety. I mean, yeah, you probably are going to win the Super Bowl if you have that much depth. You typically hope you don't have to go beyond your 5th corner, your 4th cornerback. You're actually hoping you don't have to go beyond the 4th, maybe the 5th cornerback, I should say. You're hoping you don't have to go beyond the 7th linebacker. You're hoping you don't have to go beyond the 6th or 7th offensive lineman. I mean, that's what your hope is. Because if you start getting to those kind of depths on your defenses and offenses at certain positions, you're probably going to start losing, because if you can't stay healthy, you're not going to win. You're not going to win. But it's hard for a lot of teams. I get what John Michaud is saying, but it's hard for a lot of teams to stay healthy. It's hard for a lot of teams to be that deep in every position. I mean, you would like it, but it just don't work like that, man. Don't work like that. It's tough.
There's a chance that number 4 corner isn't even on the team right now. It could be somebody that they make a move for right here at cutdown day, either on Sunday or early next.
See, I agree with this too. The Cowboys may actually be looking for another cornerback. I said that earlier. Yeah, I said that earlier.
Week they make a move for, but it would not surprise me if they feel like they still need to add a fourth corner, because they don't feel like anybody has taken that job and run with it. So it is a little bit of a concern. But out of those top three that you mentioned, everything I've seen, you look good to go there.
Now, I'm not worried about Devin Moore. So the Cowboys actually do. I think they just need to keep working with Devin Moore. I believe Devin Moore can be, because I think the Cowboys now are about.
All been having fun.
I think they're about, 4 deep? If you look at the cornerback situation. Let's look at that cornerback situation here. So you got Bland, Durant, Downs. So you're actually 4 deep at cornerback. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't count Downs. I meant Durant, Bland, Revel, so that's 3. I'm going to still say Devin Moore is 4. Still going to say Devin Moore is 4. And it all depends on what you do. Stuart Reddy may be 5. So I wouldn't be surprised if they brought one more person in. I really haven't heard a lot from Darion Kendrick. I thought I was going to hear more from Darion Kendrick, but I haven't. But I would say the Cowboys are 5 deep. 5 deep with question. I would say 5 deep with question mark at number 4 and 5, because Reddy's played good enough, and it seems like he's getting better. Devin Moore's a rookie, so just keep bringing him along. Keep bringing him along, and we'll see what happens. So you got Darion Kendrick. He'd probably be number 6, I would dare say. They're calling him a nickelback. Stuart Reddy, they're calling him a nickelback. I won't be surprised if the Cowboys bring in another corner. It's going to have to be good, though. I wouldn't be surprised. Mr. Get Dirty, what's going on? What you doing up this time of night? What's going on? Yeah, I think he's going to open it up, Mr. Get Dirty. Shotty's been really smart. He hasn't been showing anything. Yeah, he hasn't been showing anything. So I think he's going to show. I think he's going to show up and show out, man. I do. Coach Jay, he said Christian Parker has our second and third. Yeah, man. They're looking really good, Coach Jay. No doubt about it. So I'm excited to see the first team. Me too. Yeah, it all depends, man. It all depends, Dak Elite, on what they want to do. You know, you can either carry 2 or 3 quarterbacks. Wide receivers, you typically carry 5. They might decide to choose 6. Offensive linemen, you typically choose 9. They may go 9 or either 10 with the situation they're in now. Tight end, you normally go 3. Running back, you normally go 3. 4, really, if you think about Hunter Lipke. And then defensive backs, I think you typically go 10, including the safeties. Linebackers, I think they say you go typically 9, but I'm a little bit unsure about a 3-4 defense because you're playing 4 linebackers. If you're doing a 3-4, I don't know if 9 would be enough. You might want to do 10. I'm not sure on that. It's going to be tight. You're going to be moving stuff around, Dak Elite. You're really going to be moving stuff around just depending on what do you feel like you are the weakest at and where you need to maybe try to keep the most depth at. So it's going to be very interesting to see how the Cowboys do this.
On trying to put together our 53-man rosters, John, as you've been kind of looking at how this thing's going to end up, what have been maybe the hardest decisions that you've had trying to go ahead and put this thing down?
One of them is the Sam Howell thing, just because I know the Cowboys giving him that guaranteed money. I think it'll be hard for them to part ways with him. But to me, Joe Milton has clearly shown that he should be the number 2 quarterback. So I've been going with 2 quarterbacks, even though I've seen many of my colleagues go with 3.
Cowboys gave Sam Howell a pretty good deal. $2 million guaranteed. And I think they're making a good point. I don't know if the Cowboys are going to be willing to eat that $2 million. So they might keep 3 quarterbacks on this thing. Might keep 3 quarterbacks. That impacts every player. Impacts how you in those positions. If you keep 1 extra here, that's 1 less somewhere else.
So that's one. But outside of that, there aren't a ton. I only think there's been 6, maybe 7 offensive linemen that have really been on the level where you're like, well, you got to keep this guy in the roster. And I still think they'll keep 9 or 10 because that's just what they do. But yeah, a lot of the other ones, I guess some people would say maybe that 5-6 wide receiver, I'm just keeping 6 wide receivers. I mean, Camden Brown's too good to let go to the streets. Somebody else will grab him if that happens. And I just think Mingo's had a really good camp. So if that means that you maybe got to go one less at linebacker or at corner, so be it. I just think that if you really are trying to keep your best players, I think that you go 6 at wide receiver. But yeah.
Now, why do you keep Camden Brown? This is why I keep saying the Cowboys can't let Camden Brown go. Why do you think you keep Camden Brown? Jonathan Mingo's in a contract year. And if Jonathan Mingo don't knock your socks off, guess what? Jonathan Mingo has to go at the end of the season. And you want to have Camden Brown because Camden Brown will be that next big wide receiver. He'll be your 4th or 5th wide receiver, especially if they decide to let go of Kevontae Turpin after this season. See, Turpin, they can get from up under him next year. And also, this is a contract year for Mingo. And so, really, what would the Cowboys be willing to pay Mingo to even come back? What would he take? What would he take? So, yeah, you got to keep Camden Brown in case you don't bring back Mingo this coming next season.
Tight end, I think they only go 3, and I felt that way all camp. I just don't think anybody's done enough to take over and make you try and bring on a 4th. So there really haven't been a lot of really tough decisions for me.
John, who gets credit for making Joe Milton look a lot better than he is?
What up, Shadid?
That's a good question. I'm going to give, it definitely can't be one person because the team deserves credit for really are trying to keep your best players. I think that you go 6 at wide receiver, but yeah, tight end, I think they only go 3, and I felt that way all camp. I just don't think anybody's done enough to take over and make you try and bring on a 4th. So there really haven't been a lot of really tough decisions for me.
John, who gets credit for making Joe Milton look a lot better than he is?
That's a good question. I'm going to give, it definitely can't be one person because the team deserves credit for going out and getting Sam Howell because I'm sorry, I just believe that is a big piece in extra motivation. But also you got to give probably the biggest chunk of credit to Joe because of what he did in the offseason. He keeps talking about the working on his base and how it's made him a more accurate passer, and you can see that in the games. And so I think that he gets the most credit, but the Cowboys for bringing in Sam Howell, I think that was important. Obviously, Brian Schottenheimer, because, not only is he a head coach, but he's a quarterback guy and the offensive play caller. But then, it's probably not a bad thing to be in a quarterback room with Dak Prescott. Dak has never been the type to me that would be I'm going to hide all the answers from the test. I don't want anybody to see this. He's always come off as that he's willing to share everything that he can. So I'm sure it's a little bit, and you probably got to give Sam Howell some credit too. But I don't think it's one thing, but I guess if you had to give the most credit, it would go to Joe.
John, when camp started, Jerry had the great presser moment again, talking about giving up future to help the now. What do you think the team's trade outlook is at the moment?
No, I think it's still possible. If we're sensing these positive vibes with this team, certainly Jerry is, certainly Steven is. And so for them to say that at the beginning of camp, maybe Barham emerging and maybe even exceeding their expectations at this point, maybe some stuff Overshown's done, maybe adding Von Miller and what they've seen from Gary and Ezeraku and Malachi Lawrence, maybe that prevents them from doing something more at linebacker. But this feels like a team that has a legitimate shot to make a run. And because of that, if the right opportunity is there, I still think that they would be aggressive and take it. Maybe they're not making as many phone calls as they were when training camp started, but I don't think that they've shut off their phone.
Have you seen reason to believe the offense is better?
Yeah, people got to temper their expectations on the Cowboys trade. Because you hear a lot of people talking about Max Crosby. One, the Raiders haven't even put Max Crosby out there to be available for any kind of trade. I think the Raiders are going to see what they look like by the trade deadline, and then they'll start deciding on whether or not they're going to do something with Max Crosby. But I've already said that even then, for as much as the Cowboys said they'd be willing to mortgage the future, well, I got news for us. There are going to be other teams that are going to want to mortgage that future too. And so the Cowboys won't be the exclusive place for one Max Crosby if that's what the Cowboys are doing. But I say if the Cowboys want to make a trade, And that's why I say people need to temper their expectations. Come the trade deadline, the Cowboys are going to be very smart. They're only going to trade for something that they feel like they really, really need, that they feel like they can really push them to another level. It will only be something that they really, really need. And for, people haven't even thought on these terms. There could be a team out there willing to let the Cowboys trade for an offensive lineman. There may be a team that could actually tell, hey, man, we'll trade this right tackle to you. You never know what's going to be available out there come the trade deadline. So we'll see what the Cowboys do. But I think there's going to be some opportunities. But because if the team is playing well, I think the chance for it being a humongous splash play type of player, it's going to diminish. But I'm still telling you, the guy who I would love to see the Cowboys bring in would be Jordan Brooks. That the Miami Dolphins suck so bad that the Miami Dolphins would say, we'll trade you Jordan Brooks at the trade deadline. You put Jordan Brooks in the Cowboys linebacker core, I'm telling you now, they're going to the Super Bowl. You put Jordan Brooks in there with the way these linebackers are playing? Oh, man. Sheesh. I would love to have Jordan Brooks. That's who I would like to have if I was the Cowboys. All right, let me read these couple of super chats. Frank Lawrence. He said Cowboys definitely will be fired up for the Seahawks and Rams game at the end of the season. It's the easy games that worry me. Frank Lawrence. Man, you said something there, bro. This is the biggest hump the Cowboys have got to get over in this run with Shotty and these guys. Can you win the games you're supposed to win? Can you beat the Carolina Panthers if they start Carson Beck? Can you beat Cam Ward with the Tennessee Titans, who we know they're still not good enough? Can you beat there's another team on the list that I was looking at that should can you beat the Indianapolis Colts? Daniel Jones coming off an Achilles. Can you win the games, Frank Lawrence, you're supposed to win? How many times, Frank Lawrence, have the Cowboys struggled with this in the past? Cowboys have that game, you say, man, they win this game, they get the number 1 seed. Oh, they win this game, they're going to be tied for first. Lose that game. How many times have we seen it? How many times have we seen it? I'm with you. Cowboys in the past have played to the level of their competition. I would like to see the Cowboys just go into full Hulk smash mode, and it don't matter what the competition is. You just beat the brakes off of them. Just beat them. Beat them down. Doesn't matter. If they're sorry or good, you just beat them down. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Those are the games that scare me too. April Shower said, you've been doing undercover work after dark. You're hitting this 53 roster with the facts. I pray the front office has completely changed and make the right decisions. They've come too far to miss now. Appreciate that super chat. Yeah, April Showers. I do think there are going to be some executive decisions, unfortunately. But if they make executive decisions, because I understand, because every team does it, just make sure those executive decisions don't cost you major players. Don't let those executive decisions cost you major players. And that's all I'm concerned about. Yeah, Madman, I'm telling you, boy, Jordan Brooks in here. Oh, my gosh. Jordan Brooks in here, and man, boy, you got a run-stopping machine. Tackling machine. Oh, it'll be incredible, man. You had all them. Man. Oh, my God. Coach Jay, you and me about the same. Cowboys will be the NFC Championship game, very confident. Yeah, me and you in the same boat. Yeah, me and you in the same boat. The Cowboys are going to have a great opportunity to do it this year, and I'm not going to be shocked if they do it. I'm not going to be shocked if they do it. Absolutely, I'm not going to be shocked. I've actually been talking about it now for 2 years. I am not going to be shocked when they're in that Super Bowl. I'm not.
That's a good question.
Yeah, let's see the
I would think it kind of goes to the same thing. I thought they've shut off their phone.
Have you seen reason to believe the offense is better?
That's a good question. I would think it kind of goes to the same thing I felt going into training camp, in the sense that you got so many guys that were their first time last season. So just being another full year together, I just think that stuff that opponents will take away, it'll be much easier for them to move to whatever that next thing is. And whether that's George playing with CD or Brian calling the offense, or that interior of the offensive line playing together for another full season. I do think there are things that they could certainly be better because of that. The one I will say is that I thought that Jaden Blue might take a little bit bigger step, and that's the area where if you told me that, he ran away with that number 2 job and just really added something in the passing game, now that I think could unlock a lot. I guess the other one I would mention is maybe Brevin Spann-Ford.
Yes.
I think that he'll be able to be used more in the passing game than you've used him in the past. That could open some stuff up more. And then last but not least is just, don't get me wrong, Ryan Flanoy came on the scene last year and, he put a lot of people on notice, like, hey, I'm legit. I can be a number 3 receiver. But what he's done in camp, like, he has exceeded that to where I could see, and Dak has shown that he will throw to the open wide receiver, even if he has CD on one side and George on the other. If 19 is running around the middle of the field and he has the best matchup that Dak loves, he's going to go to 19 over and over again. And so he's another one that, because of all of those things, they could potentially be better. They absolutely have all the ingredients to be the best offense in the NFL.
Following up on Blue, John, you
Now, let's delve in a little bit into better. How do they get better is the key. Red zone. They've looked better in the red zone. That's where they got to evolve this offense. Red zone. Third down conversions. Stay out of third and longs. And most of all, equally, however we want to put it, the Dallas Cowboys have to develop a perimeter run game. They have got to evolve into a perimeter run game. Only thing they do right now is run between the tackles. That's the Cowboys' run game. That is their running game. They have got to develop a run game so that when you get these teams that they're just running right at you or they're running off the edges and all of these different things. Well, one of the ways to stop a team from bull rushing is, can you get some screens going on the perimeter? Can you get some screens? Wide receiver screens, running back screens. Can you create an outside? And that's, to me, the biggest lacking of this offense for as good as it was. No good on the perimeter. Got to create a perimeter game. And in order to have a perimeter game, your tackles got to play better. Your tackles have got to play better if you're going to improve on the perimeter. Got to play better if they're going to be better in the red zone. The tackles got to play better. For as much as this defense was the 3rd best defense in football, they left a lot of meat out there on that bone, man. They left a lot of meat on that bone. I'm serious. They left a lot of meat on that bone. They got to figure out a way to get all that meat off that bone. Yeah, 100 Pro, probably not going to happen using Joe Milton in the red zone. Never know, though. He's very good down there. But definitely got to get better in the red zone. Got to run better down there. Got to call better plays down there. Just got to be better in the red zone. Got to do more George Pickens to the corner route. So many different things they can do. Yeah, Coach, I agree with you. Dak is better in the red zone. Dak is better than Joe in the red zone. I agree. Yeah, I don't think they'll do it. Yeah, I don't think they'll do that. All right, but, this offense can be way better. It can be way better, and I know that sounds crazy. And again, Jaden Blue. And I believe Jaden Blue is the key. Can you get Jaden Blue to be your perimeter game? If you can get him to be your perimeter game and be effective, oh, shoot. And I think Brian has already got that plan. He's just not showing it to us.
mentioned you've got your 4 guys that you think are going to be there from the running back room. Who are they and why?
Yeah, so obviously Javonte Williams.
No.
Malik Davis.
No-brainer. Javonte Williams, Malik Davis, Jaden Blue, Hunter Lipke. This is a no-brainer. I guarantee you that's what he's about to say. Absolutely no-brainer. No-brainer.
This, I think, has done enough to where you're like, yeah, this reminds me exactly of the way last year was, where he would be my number 2, Jaden Blue would be my 3, and then Hunter Lipke, which, you know, he's kind of the Swiss Army knife, can do a little bit of everything. And yeah, I just think that that group has kind of separated themselves. You know, I think Blue has a chance to be the number 2 as the season goes on, but Malik Davis is so solid and does just about everything that you would want from your number 2 running back, and he just quiet.
I don't want Jaden Blue as a number 2 running back. I want them to let Jaden Blue be his own thing. And even when you bring him in as the number 2 running back, no, I want you to line him up in the slot. Let him go in motion. Line him up in the slot. Sweeps, pitches, screen game. I mean, use Jaden Blue all kinds of ways. Let Malik Davis and Javonte Williams handle all the dirty work between the tackles. Let Jaden Blue be that, coach, that Tony Pollard type of player, man. That's what I'd like Jaden Blue to do. Let him be Tony Pollard 2.1. That's what I'd like to see him do. And I think he has the potential to do it too.
He goes about his business, and the coaching staff likes him. So I would be surprised if it's anyone but those 4.
Think we could get more fights tomorrow with the Saints in town?
No.
I really don't. I mean, I don't know. It's tough because the way that practice started out, it was almost like that was a goal of some players. And I think that's what's kind of lost in some of this is that everyone just points at, well, it was that team or it was that team that did or whatever. It's like, it really doesn't need to be a whole team. If you have 2 or 3 guys in your team that want to start fights, if all of a sudden it leads to a big scuffle, other guys are going to join in because that's what you do, you know?
Now, I'm going to tell you what my problem is with what John Machota is saying, and not with John Machota necessarily, but I think there's a little bit more to this whole thing with the Saints and that scrimmage than being said. My question becomes, what did Kellen Moore tell the Saints before they played the Cowboys? Something was there. You'd have to be deaf, dumb, and blind not to see that there was something there. That Saints and Cowboys thing was not about a few players on the Saints. No, that sounded like a coach. Y'all remember Bounty Gate when the Saints played the Minnesota Vikings? That was the coaching staff that sent a message out there. And it seemed like there was a message. It seemed like there was some message out there. Hey, man, 2 or 3 fights, it's expected. 10? 10. Guys out there pile driving each other, throwing helmets across. I mean, you expect to get that in 2 or 3 preseason games. In 1 preseason game, we got the son or whatever he is of an ex-wrestler out there suplexing a player. The question becomes, what was said before the game? Because if I'm the coach, I'm out here like, hey, man, we're going to keep this clean today. No, nothing extra after the whistle. No fights, none of that. Anybody who gets in the fight, you're going to pay for it dearly. Something happened out there. Something happened out there. And that's why Brian Schottenheimer was talking to Kellen Moore, because ain't nobody dumb. Don't no team carry on the way the Saints were carrying on. And that ain't no 2 or 3 players. Shoot. Ms. Majors, you tell me what you think, because I'm going to tell you what I think. Shoot. Ms. Majors, I'm going to tell you what I think. I'm going to tell you what I think, because I'd be doing some of this type of stuff in a regular season. I know I'd be saying, hey, this is my ex-team. We're not losing today. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'd be saying something, but I wouldn't be telling them to do what the Saints did, because to me, that was a team out of control. The Saints were a team out of control. It was like they were out there to prove a point or something. And when I think about Kellen Moore being the ex, let me tell you something. Kellen Moore did not leave the Dallas Cowboys on good terms. Boy, Kellen Moore did not leave the Cowboys on good terms. He did not. Kellen Moore was steaming when he left here because Jerry let Mike McCarthy push him out of town. And Kellen Moore didn't like it. So I don't know. Something was up with that game, but I don't think that was no 1 or 2 player thing, man. Somebody said something to somebody. Because don't no team carry on like that, man. They were out there straight tripping.
And while some of those fights were good, don't get me wrong, a lot of them were like Major League Baseball, where it's, you're out there, you're in the bullpen, you're like, all right, are we climbing the wall? All right, we're climbing the wall and we're getting in there. But are you really doing anything? No, but you got to do it because you don't want to hear about it after that. Why'd you guys just sit in the bullpen the whole time? So that's where I think Brian Schottenheimer was frustrated with that whole thing, because you got to get the guys back to their sideline. You got to get everything calmed down. And it just probably took another 10 plays away that you could have run from your first team offense or first team defense that you're not really playing in the preseason. So,
Yeah, I get that though. But hey, somebody told somebody something on that Saints team. Man, what would get in the mind? Somebody's got to help me out. What gets in the mind of a few guys to say, hey man, we're going to do this today? Really? That's strange to me.
I just think that when you're actually in a game.
Jeremy, let me see. Jerome Missick. What's going on, Jerome? Jerome said trying too hard to match up with a team that outmatched him, that was out for more than blood. Yeah, something was up, man. Sheesh. Something was up. Shadid said he think Kellen wanted to be the head coach of the Cowboys. He felt that was his job. I can tell you what, he gave Cowboys a cold shoulder once he got that offer from the New Orleans Saints. Didn't even want to come in for the interview from what I heard. It was very short. Frank says still knows we don't have a competition, no tackle in the wings, waiting in the wings. Yeah, he got paid and going to be the right tackle one no matter how bad his performance. What bothers me about Steele and Guyton, they play with no urgency. Yeah, Terrence Steele, I can definitely see that about Terrence Steele. He's getting beat pretty bad here as of late. I mean, Terrence Steele is getting beat in ways that it's like, dude, you're getting beat in ways like Drew Shelton or something. I'm struggling with him. I'm struggling.
Game, and it's being, officiated, and these guys know that this is their last chance on both teams to make an NFL roster. I just don't think you'll see that stuff.
John, in a minute or so, have you heard anything about any roster gymnastics with guys like the punter and the snapper and those guys getting waived in order to get guys on or anything like that? Has anybody kind of hinted that they might be doing anything like that?
I have not heard that, but that is a good point, because they have been doing that more and more over the years, and a Brian Anger could certainly fit into that.
Right.
The one that I would always go back to would be like a CJ Goodwin.
That was always it, yeah. But they had to give you a little bit more money to do that or something like that. So I didn't know if you'd heard anybody doing some roster gymnastics, or guys were kind of earmarked to do the roster gymnastics on Sunday.
Not that I know of. I mean, Marquise Bell is the guy that has taken over that CJ Goodwin role. I don't know if they can actually do that with him on the roster, but he is the guy that they feel similarly about in terms of what he brings on special teams, that, maybe they try and do something like that with someone like him. The thing I'm interested about with all of this is, like, we sit there and we cut down this roster and we sit there and we're like, oh, they can't do this, or this guy will get picked up. Most of these guys will end up on their practice squad. Obviously I don't think there's any chance of a Camden Brown, but I like Jay Toya, but I could see Jay Toya being cut and then they end up getting him on the practice squad. I don't know. It's not as crazy as people think. They're not going to all of a sudden have 15 of these guys claimed by.
Yeah, Jay Toya is not going to be claimed. I only think there's two players in danger, if you ask me. I really only think there's two players in danger that if you cut them, they're not going to make it out there. And I think that's Camden Brown and Michael Trigg. Maurice Leofau, if you cut him, you're actually doing it because you want him to get an opportunity to play somewhere else. Maurice Leofau gets cut by the Dallas Cowboys. The Washington Commanders will call him the next day, or the Pittsburgh Steelers will call him the day after. So Maurice Leofau will be fine.
Other teams, they'll probably have a couple, but for the most part, they're going to get most of these guys back to the practice squad.
A must follow on Cowboys Twitter, a must read in The Athletic. John, you're simply killing it. We can't thank you enough for being generous with your time, and have a great weekend.
Yeah, I agree.
Absolutely, guys. You too.
Cheers. There he goes. John Machota with you here on the Fan.
You won't have to worry about them. There's only a couple of players, again, just kind of looking at that roster for the Cowboys. There's really only a couple of players when you look at that roster that if you let them go, they're not going to make it past the free agency period. And that player, Maurice Leofau, I believe, will be on purpose. I just think he may find himself being the odd man out. He could actually find himself being the odd man out, or They could keep Leofau. They could keep Leofau and let him be the 8th linebacker. Maybe you keep James Houston and Leofau. But again, man, this is going to be tough. I'm just wondering. Sam Williams might be the odd man out, if anything. Sam Williams could be the odd man out. Justin Barron, the Cowboys may cut him and see if he clears waivers. Justin Barron could actually clear. But I wouldn't be surprised if there's some teams with their eyes on him. Shamar James. Ugh. Never know. Some teams could be looking at Shamar James. Madman, this is the biggest problem, Madman. I think that's the point. Maurice isn't needed anymore. I mean, really, you're making a good point. He's really not needed. Brian Schottenheimer made this conversation early. Unfortunately, Maurice Leofau, I mean, this is a whole different regime. It's just a different regime. There's no place. It's not that he's not a good player. There's just no place for Maurice Leofau. Sam Williams, I think Sam Williams is probably 1 year overdue. So we're going to see. It's going to be very interesting to see. I'm wondering, let me see, when do they have to have those rosters in? Let me see. I know it's the 30th, but I wonder what time again. See if let me see. August. So this Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern time. So 6 p.m. Eastern time, I think we're talking about 4 p.m. Central time. Let me see some. I always have to look this up no matter how many times I look. I always have to look it up. But I think we're talking, 2 hours? Let's see. Eastern time. So that's 1 hour ahead. So by 5 o'clock, 1 p.m. Eastern time, so 6 p.m. Eastern, we're 1 hour behind. So by 5 p.m., we're going to know everything we need to know. Cowboys got to have their 53-man roster. And, I don't know, has something changed? Because I remember in the past, I thought there was like a phase. Did something change with that? Because I remember in the past, I thought it was like, okay, you were in the first week of the preseason, you were at your 91, 92. And then in your second week of the preseason, you had to get down to 70 something. And then the third cut down was 60 or something. And then it was like the final week of the preseason, and you had to get down to your 53-man roster. But they don't seem to do. Am I going crazy? Because I thought that's what they used to do. All right, let's kind of look at what they got to do here on this cut. Oh, I'm in overtime. I'm in overtime. I'm getting close. That's the 3-hour mark. I'm at 2:37 right now. So in a few moments, I will be at overtime. But Miss Matrix, do you not remember that? They used to cut the team down in phases. Okay, Shadid. Okay, I thought I wasn't going crazy. Yeah, it used to be like that, so they don't do that no more. Because that's what I was wondering. Yeah, they don't do that no more. Okay, so let's kind of look at this right here, kind of get a little breakdown. All right. All right, hold on a second. Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought that's how they used to do this. All right, hold on a second. All right, so I'm messing up my layup. Sorry about that. Okay, I was thinking that it used to be like that when they used to do that. All right, let's see here. All right, so it looks like so once you get your roster cut down on the 30th, once you get your roster cut down, next thing you have to do, there's some deadlines. So you got August the 30th, 2026, 5 p.m. Central Time for us. Next thing you'll have to do, once the initial 53-man roster is established, the player movement continues into early next week. Waiver wire claims deadline. Teams have until Monday, August 31st at 1 p.m. Eastern, 12 p.m. Central here to submit waiver claims for released players who have fewer than 4 years of NFL experience. Now, I'm very interested to see what the Cowboys do. And then it says starting immediately after the waiver period clears on Monday, teams begin signing up to 16 players or 17 under the International Player Pathway Program to their practice squads. So a lot of stuff coming up. A lot of stuff coming up here for the Cowboys here over the next week. A lot of stuff coming up. So we're going to see what the Cowboys do about that. All right, so big weekend coming up. Tomorrow is really going to be more about, or I should say later on today, it's just going to be about these guys out there auditioning in the grand scheme of things. I don't even think there's any more battles going on. I don't. I mean, I'm sure they're telling the team that so they don't quit, but I just don't see there any more battles going on. There's not any more battles going on. I think everything is solidified. I don't think there's pretty much anything that Joe Milton could do to get himself out of that second quarterback role. I don't. All right, so, man, we got quite a few of these media takes here. People talking about the Dallas Cowboys. I think we got maybe 3 of these we're going to discuss tonight. And I'm going to tell you right now, there is somebody that is so big on the Cowboys right now out there in the football world, and it is none other than Louis Riddick. Louis Riddick has been dogmatic on the Cowboys. He has. Miss Matrix, I know what they say, but G, you think the Pro Bowl game was cut to make made for the ooh. Whoa. Miss Matrix, I didn't think about that. I hadn't thought about that, but I got the Pro Bowl on my list of things to get to when we get to around the NFL. So, okay, we're gonna talk about that when we get to that point. But that's a great point. I didn't even think about that. Media's take. Again, Louis Riddick. Louis Riddick has been dogmatic.
Talking about who's going to be the focal point of this revamped defense. Remember
this is Louis Riddick. I'm pretty sure there was a longer version of this. This is Louis Riddick over here talking about the Dallas Cowboys. Hey, DJ Smooth, what's going on, man? What's going on? Yes, sir. Your third shift for choose DJ Smooth. All right, let's check this out right here. This is Louis Riddick. Check it out.
Downs all the time when we're talking about who's going to be the focal point. Look, you know what? We've talked about Caleb Downs all the time when we're talking about who's going to be the focal point of this revamped defense. Remember the name. We'll talk about him later on. Jayshon Barham, their draft pick from Michigan. He, to me, outside of Caleb, maybe even more so than Caleb, I'm just going to say this, may be the most consequential draft pick that they've made this year. This guy could be the best linebacker they have had there since Sean Lee, back in the early 2000s. This guy is that good. Trust me when I say this. Just watch this tape from last
week. Whoa. Louis Riddick. You know what? I can't help but agree with Louis Riddick. Caleb Downs is going to do Caleb Downs things. Oh, gosh. Jayshon Barham is going to be a big deal. I agree. Jayshon Barham just reminds me of Ray Lewis. He does. He just reminds me of Ray Lewis. The intensity, just everything about him just reminds me of Ray Lewis. Amber Soprano, I ain't gonna let you down. I got that on the list too. Yep, I'm gonna talk about the new rules, Amber Soprano, because I'm fired up about them new rules. Oh, I'm fired up about those new rules, and I'm mad at the NFL because it's better late than never. But I believe one of those rules that they made, had they had that rule in place a few years ago, I believe that we would have had a great opportunity to go to the Super Bowl. I really do. But that was Louis Riddick. Man, Louis Riddick has been dogmatic. He has been dogmatic about the Cowboys. He has. Yeah, Jayshawn Barham is an absolute beast of a player. Absolute beast of a player. This is CBS. This is them talking about the Dallas Cowboys being contenders. Hold on a second. Let me put a marker on this. Okay, I don't know who this guy is here. Somebody can probably tell me. But this is a guy over here on CBS talking about the Cowboys being contenders. Check it out.
Here we go. This is our year. This legitimately could be their year. It's kind of like how we talked about Cincinnati earlier. Yeah. That offense is going to be there. They literally retained everybody that was on offense, which is unheard of. And you know this, Reem, in an offseason to retain every single starter on offense is unheard of. Impossible. They were able to do that, right? So they're going to be there with their two receivers on the outside, Javonte Williams in the backfield, and a really good offensive line. The defense is the issue. It was.
Yeah, we were blessed. Yeah, we were blessed to be able to get all of our players on offense back. We were blessed to do that. We were. Yeah, I don't know what Caleb is. They're calling him a nickelback. So he's gonna be in the slot and different things. So yeah, Caleb Downs is gonna bring us some flexibility as far as our defensive backs, Madman. Yeah, he's going to bring us some flexibility. Jerome Missick, I said it when we first got him, and still out of the draft. They said he's better than the two linebackers that went to the Redskins and the Giants. Yeah, I said it. He was a steal. He absolutely was a steal. Yeah, Shadid, a lot of people are changing their mind. Shadid said same people said that Pickens wouldn't play on the franchise tag. A lot of people are changing their minds.
Was abysmal. The Cowboys averaged over 27 points a game. But you see it right here. They decided that we're going to throw it all in on the defensive side to give us a legit shot. Caleb Downs, one of the most versatile pieces in all of college football. He'll be a chess piece for Christian Parker, who comes over as a defense. Malachi Lawrence, to me, had the most upside at edge in the draft last year. And then you got to look at some of the trades they did. Rashawn Gary is a wily vet that's going to be on the edge for them. Going back to last year, Quentin Williams being on that defense.
Boy, we talked about Kevin Smith before, but that being Kevin Smith was going to be one of them. Boy, Kevin Smith was going to be one of them. Boy, if the Cowboys could have kept Kevin Smith and Deion Sanders, oh my gosh. But Smith never recovered. The technology didn't exist back then like it does now. But Kevin Smith tore that Achilles, and it was a wrap, man.
Just extended him as well. So really like what they've done. They've refortified and revamped that defense. And just like the Bengals, we don't need you to be top 5. We need you to be middle of the pack because our offense is explosive.
Yeah, he said our offense, so I don't know who this guy is. Maybe he's an ex-player or something. Maybe he's an ex-player. I'm going to see if I can find a long form of this video, maybe for tomorrow or something. But, man, so many people, man, they just think the Cowboys are going to do so well. Let me see. Just going around the NFL, people talking about the Cowboys. Let me see. I'm going to. Yeah, because I got another story for you here in a second that's going to blow your minds, man. Ooh, man. I'm not going to try to be controversial, but it is Cowboys After Dark, so we can say some things on Cowboys After Dark that's a little bit controversial. Let's see. All right, I'm just kind of going down the list, marking off things that we've talked about already. Yeah, I got quite a few here. All right, let's see. Yeah, we've already talked about Camden Brown. Just marking these off my list real quick, because we still got quite a few things to go here. Hey, it's Cowboys After Dark, man. We got great topics for tonight. I hope y'all enjoying the show, man. Appreciate y'all rocking with me this late night. My wife be like, people be up that late? I'm like, yep. People be up that late watching at work or whatever the case may be, at home, rather than scrolling on TikTok. They listening to us talk about the Cowboys. All right, let me go to another story here from around the NFL, people talking about the Cowboys. Two more here. One,
I just love how
this is Marcus Spears, and Marcus Spears been had a lot of energy talking about the Cowboys. Hold on a second. This is Marcus Spears, Pat McAfee show. Let's roll it. No, Braves Cowboys fans, I'm not going to the Braves Cowboys. I'm not going to the game tonight. I was telling my wife, she want to go to a game. I said go to one of them preseason games. Man, she like to spit her water out laughing. She like, I'm not going to Dak Prescott not playing tonight. So no, we go. No, we're not going to the game tonight. Let's see. All right, let's see. Marcus Spears. We heard him the other day on the Rich Eisen show. Now let's hear him on the Pat McAfee show. Man, he has been bullish on the Cowboys also. He is excited. This is Marcus Spears, ex-Dallas Cowboy. Check him out.
quiet it's been in Dallas this offseason. It's been my.
Hold on, what you say, Miss Matrix? Miss Matrix said, yeah. She said, we sure are. Tell your wife, brave it one night and catch. Brave it one night and come see us in the wild. Man, my wife, let me tell you something, Miss Matrix. My wife can't stay up past 9 o'clock. She can't stay up past 9 o'clock. She one of them types. She can't stay up past 9 o'clock. I'm telling you right now. Jerome said, tell Miss G, thank you for allowing you to make this night shift go so smoothly. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Because I'm telling you, man, she can't stay up past 9 o'clock anyway. So, all right. But again, man, Marcus Spears, boy, he has been bullish on the Dallas Cowboys. And here he is again on the Pat McAfee show.
Favorite part of the entire offseason, because it just seems like a lot of maturity has hit the building. The deals that were made, obviously, with Quinnen and bringing in Vaughn and Rashawn Gary, who I think is going to be that could be a silent, big time season coming from Rashawn. They all work out here in Dallas. That's what a lot of people don't know. Big dog BT Turner trains these guys in Dallas. Sir. And the guy Mo Wells that trains my daughter and my son, they all in the same facility. So a lot of these D linemen, they spend a lot of time in Dallas. So for Vaughn, for Quinnen, obviously for Rashawn, they have everything in place here. I'm talking about trainers, nutritionists, everybody that works on their body. So, and two, like a different change of scenery for these guys. Bun is used to Dallas, but I think this is going to be a really good team this year, and I like how quiet it's been. The George Pickens thing, in our history of watching football with the Dallas Cowboys, it tends to get loud, and it tends to carry the entire offseason if something like this is going on. George quietly said, look, I'm going to play under the franchise. Dallas said we're going to franchise tag and we're not going to extend. And from everything that I've been hearing, he's been balling out in camp. So he motivated because he know payday is around the corner.
I think George Pickens has had the best training camp of all the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, no one's saying it, but I think he's had the best training camp. George has been incredible.
But just a lot of, business being handled and not a lot of drama.
Yeah, I think that's a good read on what's happening down there from our perspective as well, because we got a chance to catch up with Shoddy, and obviously Shoddy's been around football, since he's 10 years old. Actually, I think they have NFL Films has him as a 10-year-old around the NFL. So he understands what it is, he understands what it isn't, and I think the George Pickens thing was about to cook on draft day. That was about to become a massive storyline. I think all of us on TV were like, okay, here we go. A number one wide receiver certified who has some I don't want to say antics in the past, but some drama in the past, I believe. Baggage would be something that would be considered. And it's the Dallas Cowboys. and we're in a time where everybody's getting paid the most amount of money in history. So and he has got Mulugeta as his agent.
Yes.
So whenever you start piecing that all together, it's hard not to be like, well, this is going to be an absolute nuke down there. Instead, we get the messaging. I assume you guys did as well. Mulugeta's like, some guys just want to play on the franchise tag. He's one of those guys. He's completely cool with it. And now we're watching him mic'd up at training camp. The videos are like he's completely happy. He's enjoying himself. He's balling.
Now, this is the first time I heard what Pat McAfee just said. Sounds like he said they talked to David Mulugeta, and he says some guys want to play on the tag, and George Pickens is one of those guys. Well, I don't know. Somebody's got to go back and show me the Mulugeta guys that have played on the tag. Somebody got to show me. Because I haven't heard of that. Yeah, I haven't heard of that.
He's doing the same, and the boys are running extra sprints because they wanted to do it, says Shoddy, in front of the Rams. It's like, is this the Dallas Cowboys swag? It doesn't make much sense. It doesn't make much sense, D, but it is very different than what it has been.
I know it's been quite
real, man.
And obviously the players, but Christian Parker, man, like I'm excited to see him get this opportunity, being the youngest DC ever for their. He's obviously coming over with the hype from Philly. He's been under great coaches the whole time. Then to have these players, coaches, I feel like they're only going to be as good as the players out there. And you mentioned Rashawn Gary. I think that move kind of has slid under the radar. This was a top flight guy coming into the league, and he's been productive since coming into the league. So I'm excited to see him out there too.
So did Jerry just didn't love the way Mako was a Dallas Cowboy?
Didn't like Mako.
Is that what we think? You think that's what we think now at this point? I think so, right?
For sure. It was more than football. I mean, shit, you look at the football play, you don't trade a guy like that in his prime. But obviously it was some not getting along in the building or not thinking that he would be the future in the direction that the team wanted to go. And I got to give Jerry credit because I'm on Jerry ass all the time about things that he do. But I definitely got to give him credit for the aftermath of trading Micah Parsons. He's turned this into a really good pickup, a lot of things he's done and this front office has done to look. You don't replace Micah because we know him as an individual, but by committee, when you look at this group and some of the benefit that you were able to have by getting rid of, trading away Micah, it's turned into pretty good. Now they got to go ball. Like we're gonna tear their ass up if they don't hoop this season. But based on paper and what they've done, you could see this team kind of maturing. Like look at the names, right? We talking about a lot of mature football players, dudes that have played a lot of really good football, mixed in with some young guys. You look at PJ. Obviously, we don't how his injuries and stuff going. D Winters. I can't wait to see DeMarion Overshown this year coming off injury. If you hear the camp reports about him, it could be serious top 5 linebacker situation with him and how he's come back from
what's
that
everybody saying? Everybody's saying, yeah, but that's always Dallas Cowboys. Everybody's top 5 at every position every single year. It does feel different this year, let alone the Caleb Downs stuff. Caleb's like a 10-year vet, allegedly, as soon as he got to the campus at Alabama, let alone transferring to a Matt Patricia defense at Ohio State and having the success that he had. They've been saying Gold Jacket guy since he's like 16 years old. And now he's on the Dallas Cowboys in the most mature defense that they've had while having the youngest.
Our guy Saban said he was the smartest player he's ever coached.
Yeah.
I played for Saban, so I'm a little pissed off about that because I was a super smart player. But nah, man, you've heard that about Caleb for a long time.
I see you, Marcus.
Pat, let me ask Darius a question because this one concern I have.
Okay.
Cornerbacks.
What we got? Oh, I mean,
I want to. That's the big question.
That's the big question, but
you guys are going to get bombed on down there?
Who helps that is the question. But Christian Parker, I would assume he's going to kind of bring in that quarters type of situation. Vic Fangio defense, you're going to keep the shell back there, and then Fangio always had some dogs up front. You've seen they put the money up front, getting after the quarterback, making him uncomfortable. And then you have an offense. So you were a part of this with the Colts when you with Peyton. You get that offense, you put up a couple scores, and then you let them pin their ears back.
Right?
You they don't have the personnel to have the corners, in my opinion, just be out on the island, lock guys up. And I think Caleb Downs too. He's going to help a lot, not only in that pass defense, the run defense as well, being able to be that tweener. So I'm excited. Now we are doing the shit. The Dallas Cowboys should every year, hey, look at this, look at that. Mm-hmm. It does feel different. I'm excited to see.
Who is this guy on the left-hand side here? Obviously, he's a defensive back. Who is this guy? Who is? Anybody know who he is? I have no clue who the guy on the left side of on the right side of Pat McAfee is, who's on the left side of the screen? Anybody know who he is? All right, welcome to the show, Angelo.
Put Pat up there because Derek, you right.
Foxy, listen.
But I got to let everybody know. This is not me every offseason.
See, so you're saying that you kind of get lumped in with everybody else that does it because you're
I get grilled more. I get grilled more here in Dallas for being quote unquote negative about shit that I don't like that's going on.
Boy, they love coming on the Pat McAfee show, don't they? They can use all the profanity they want to use on these shows. Yeah, get ready, ESPN. Pat McAfee is going to be the face of ESPN. Yeah, he's going to be the face. Stephen A. Smith is going to ride off into politics. Hey, Angelo, what's the temperature like over there, man, in New York, man? Y'all feeling pretty good about Harbaugh?
Telling you, this offseason. Now, look, the reality is this don't equate to wins or anything. But what it does is it feels like it put the focus all on football this offseason.
Yeah.
And getting ready to play a season where you think you got a chance to win. They got the talent, though. The talent is there. Now they got to go put it together.
Did Jerry get to that honey hole he was trying to get to? What was that, 3 miles underground?
That's right.
There's $3 trillion right underneath our boots right here. I just need to get to it. You think I give a damn about the Cowboys defense right now? I'm trying to get a rig 3 miles into earth. There's a honey. He said that. That is a direct quote from Jerry Jones last year as the team was going through whatever it was going through after he traded away Micah before the season. And his entire quote about the trades, a couple of them there about Micah was they got what they got. They got Micah, we got what we got, and we tied. Okay. And then he said, I'd rather, one player's good, 4 players better. And he did. Better. The guy got like
maybe that's why it's been quiet, Pat. He's been trying to hit that honey hole.
I'm telling you, I think he is. I mean, I almost tried to figure it out, and I got 0 experience. There's how much money 3 miles? I could get a shovel,
I'm
right?
talking about come out the ground, but I'm in Texas. Y'all know I see that liquid go everywhere you go. They got a pump going.
So what do? We just take a shovel to like? How do we get involved?
I don't think a shovel.
Pat, how you get involved is you send me one of them damn backpacks you give all your guys, and I'm gonna go find us a hit. And then we'll get it popping.
Deal.
Y'all just look at the mailbox. They call it mailbox money down here.
What kind of backpack he give? What kind of backpack he give his guys? I want to know now. Anybody know? Oh yeah, Amber Soprano. Pat McAfee is about to be rich out of his mind. Yeah, they're moving ESPN towards Pat McAfee. Pat McAfee is closing in on a $65 or $60 million. Amber, they're about to give Pat McAfee, I believe, a $60 to $65 million per year deal with ESPN. They are moving that network to Pat McAfee. It's crazy. And I think why they're doing it is it's just simple. They just want to get away from all the controversial stuff. I think you're watching that with a lot of people. They're just trying to get away from the controversial. They don't want to do any controversial topics, which I don't blame them because in these days and times, man, people just trying to get away from a lot of the drama. Yeah, they're just trying to get away from a lot of the drama. All right, that was, again, media takes on the Dallas Cowboys. So many people. That was Marcus Spears. Man. Just people just everywhere just talking about the Cowboys and how good they believe the Cowboys are going to be. I'm going to let y'all hear something now as we kind of get to our Around the NFL, which is going to be a very, very good section we're going to deal with in a moment. But I got some more stuff to go. We got plenty of time here. I'm going to save that as we get to these next 2 issues. I think one of them is Paxton Lynch. Okay, let me see what this one is. Hold on. Let's pull these 2 up. We got another couple of people just talking about the Dallas Cowboys, man. People are so impressed by the Dallas Cowboys. I'm just telling you. All right, who was this today talking about the Cowboys? Okay, I don't even know who this guy is. This is sports radio.
Cowboys seriously.
Over there on 94 WIP, Joe Giglio. Giglio. This is him talking about the Dallas Cowboys. Hold on a second. Let's check out what he had to say. Because I'm telling you, man, so many people are excited. We're not the only ones excited about the Cowboys. Yeah, we're not the only ones excited about the Cowboys. All right, this guy here. This is Joe Giglio, I think it is. Listen to what he has to say.
His darkest thoughts today.
Hugh, I'm really starting to take the Cowboys seriously. I think they're going to be really good. I haven't thought this about a Cowboys team in a few years at least. Hugh, they got way better on defense. We did the draft show together that night. I didn't want Caleb Downs to land in the division because I think he's going to be an awesome player. They got him at 12. They have rebuilt the defense. They have Christian Parker now. And I don't know if you've seen any of the videos and the training camp stuff. Like, the vibes are good down there. They're healthy.
You ain't heard a whole lot about the Cowboys this year.
I mean, goodness.
Which is very rare.
Well, Michael Irvin was down there hanging out, and they got Von Miller.
Well, and even that sign, he had 9 sacks last year.
Yeah. I'm not saying it like it was a bad thing.
I didn't know what Michael Irvin had to do with it.
I don't know.
Oh, no, because he was down there, they're talking about he was just at training camp, hanging out at training camp.
Gotcha.
They scored 27.7 points a game last year. Kyle, I don't like this feeling, but I think they're going to be good.
I don't like it.
Don't like it.
Yeah, I'm trying to suppress. I'll say this. I acknowledge and I see, and it does scare me, that they've had an eerily quiet, drama-free offseason. This is not the Cowboys.
Yeah, I'm not sure who that guy is right there. But it doesn't sound, it sounds like there's some kind of sports channel for one of the NFC East teams. That's Sports Radio, 94 WIP. That's Giglio, Joe Giglio there. But again, man, so many people keep talking about the Dallas Cowboys. I caught something today. I think this is Paxton Lynch.
But we are
Paxton Lynch over here on the NFL Network. Paxton Lynch. He's also talking about the Dallas Cowboys. Let's hear what old Paxton Lynch. I was wondering where Paxton Lynch was. Paxton Lynch talking about the Cowboys.
about to figure out who's going to represent the NFC in the playoffs. Bring it on. It's August 27th. This is a perfect day to do it. I will touch these. You
better check this out. Angelo Maximus. You might want to cover your ears when you hear this, because I'm sure they about to talk about who's going to represent the Cowboys in the NFC. I mean, who's going to represent the NFC. And I see your Giants up there. Let's see if they make the playoff side. Let's check it out.
will tell me where they go. What do we got?
Here we go. Well, you need to start scrolling down because we need to go find the Los Angeles Rams.
Okay.
I think they are going to be out for vengeance this year. Yeah, just one tap. There we go. I love the addition of Myles Garrett. You get McDuffie at corner. You got to kind of capitalize on this window with Stafford, right?
Boy, McDuffie got toasted with the Chargers today. He got toasted.
You don't know how long he's going to be around, so I like them at 1. Go find the Cowboys now for me.
Wow, okay.
There's always a lot of off-season talk around Dallas, right? But this year, I think they back it up. They finally have the defense to go with a potent offense. I'm very excited about that. Oh, did we miss it? There we go.
Paxton Lynch has the Cowboys at number 2. Wow! What? Wow! Number 2? Man, that's crazy work. I'm telling y'all, man, people are believing. It wouldn't surprise me if the Cowboys were number 2. It just wouldn't surprise me. I think the Cowboys are better than the Seahawks this year. They were not last year. But I believe on paper, the Cowboys are better than the Seahawks this year. We just got to see how it translates onto the field. Of the two teams between the Rams and the Seahawks, I don't think they win both of them. It's a chance, but I don't know if they win both of them. But if you told me who I thought it was the better chance of them beating in December, the Seahawks or the Rams, I say they have a better chance of beating the Seahawks, depending upon what the Rams look like by that time. Because we do know that Aaron Donald is coming down the pike. But, man, this is not going to surprise me right here. Number 2. Yeah. Yes, sir, Paxton. Telling y'all, man. I'm telling y'all, people are seeing it. Because I told y'all before, I don't see, other than the Rams and the Seahawks, to be the only two teams I see really being a serious competition for the Cowboys. Bears too. We'll see what the Bears do, but I'm not worried about the Packers and the Buccaneers and those teams. I'm not worried about those teams.
I'm terrible at touching this.
It's okay. Hey, we're learning on the fly. Here we go. Let's go find the Green Bay Packers. And there's a lot of conversation in the NFC North, but I just think with where the Bears, how they won so many games in the fourth quarter last year, can they replicate that? The Lions still have some injuries up front.
I would
There's
put
some
the
questions.
Packers over the.
I like the
put
Packers
the
and what they're doing in their continuity. Number 4, let's go down to the NFC South. Where are the Buccaneers?
Oh!
I think this is the weakest division in the NFC. I think the
I
Bucs
see
are
what
a
he's
good
saying there.
football
I see what he's
team. I
saying.
like their quarterback and Baker Mayfield. Good
Yeah, he's saying
defense.
they're gonna win the
5.
division.
Let's go find the Super Bowl champions.
Oh.
Where are the Seattle Seahawks? Listen, I think they're a great team. My biggest question around Seattle is they lost their offensive coordinator. He's now the head coach in Las Vegas. How does that offense look without Clint Kubiak? Now we need to slide up 6. Let's just stay in the NFC West right there, the 49ers.
Thank you for making it easy.
We all know this. They have a championship roster, right? They have the last couple years. The only question there, can they stay healthy, specifically at wide receiver and a few other spots? And then 7, who gets the final wild card spot?
Bears.
Let's go find the Detroit Lions. My biggest question here right now is offensive line. They do have a rookie right tackle. They did just suffer a big injury at center. They're shuffling some things around. There's a new offensive coordinator in town in Drew Petzing, but I have faith in the Lions to get it done. So who's missing? Right now, you're looking at the Eagles.
The Bears
you're looking
are
at the Bears. There's not good reports out of Philadelphia right now on that offense, how they're performing.
Philadelphia's
and then
aggressive.
the Bears, what they did last year, I give them a lot of credit, but can they repeat it?
No pressure, bro.
I like that, Paxton Lynch. I like that list. If I would change anything on this list, though, I think the Bears are going to be better than the Packers. I would put the Packers where the Buccaneers are. The Seahawks, I actually would put the Seahawks somewhere around 4. I'm not sure I'd put them at 5. Somewhere around 4, 3 or 4. I'm telling y'all, man, I would not be surprised if the 49ers don't make it this year. They're decimated with injuries. I just got to believe the Bears are going to be there. Bears are a very well-coached team. Very well-coached team. I see the Bears being on that list too, but it's going to be tough. But I think the Cowboys are going to be up there. I do. I think they're going to be up there. Yeah, I'm not buying the Bucs over the Seahawks. That's kind of where I'm saying too. I'm not buying the Bears of the Seahawks. And I also think I'm not buying the Bucs over the Seahawks, and I think the Bears are going to be in there too. I'm struggling. Actually, there are 2 teams on that list I'm struggling with. I'm actually struggling with the Detroit Lions, and I'm struggling with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I would not be surprised if the Detroit Lions didn't make it. I just wouldn't be surprised. I think the Bears are better than the Lions. I do. But hey, great list. I do think the Cowboys are going to win the division. I do. Philly can't win it 3 years in a row. New York still has a lot to work on. Commanders on the downward swing. So I don't believe Harbaugh is going to come in there in his first year and turn the NFC out. I don't think that's going to happen. So I think it's going to take him a little bit of time. And even then, I don't think he's going to turn it out. So, but wow, that's a great list. I hadn't seen it. I saw a piece of it, but I had no clue. I actually had no clue where he was going to keep the Cowboys. Where he was going to put the Cowboys. I'm sorry. All right, let me see here. Let's do a quick hit right here. Thought this was very interesting today. Somebody had put together a list. They put the top 10 wide receiver duos in football. This had me laughing when I saw this. Top 10 quarterback duos in the NFL. Thought this was funny. I could see where someone would say Chase and Higgins, but I think Lamb and Pickens are the best wide receiver duo in football. I think Lamb and Pickens are the best wide receiver duo in football. I would give Chase and Higgins second. But I don't know, man. I'm going to tell you something right now. They said Devontae Adams has been unguardable this season. I might take Nakua and Adams over Chase and Higgins. And the key for me is Higgins. Even though I consider Chase to be number 1, I don't consider Higgins to be top 10. That's why when I look at Lamb and Pickens, I consider them both to be top 7 wide receivers. Pickens is on the way to being a top 3 wide receiver. So I would take Lamb and Pickens over Chase and Higgins. And I would also take Nakua and Adams. With the way they're saying Adams is balling, I would take them over Chase and Higgins too. So for me, it's Pickens, Lamb, Adams, Nakua, Chase, Higgins. And then after that, I don't know. You can just arrange it any kind of way you want to. I mean, really, you can arrange it any kind of way you want to. Yeah, Madman said GP a duo all by himself. I mean, that's why I say Cowboys got the number 1 duo. I mean, Higgins, I'm telling this, man, George Pickens is on his way to being the best wide receiver in the game. I am not going to be surprised this year if he statistically puts up some numbers that we haven't seen in so long. It's going to make our head spin. And I'll be honest with you, I think he's going to have to. I think he's going to have to. Something's going on with CeeDee Lamb. And I'm about to talk about that here in just a moment. I saw something else that I thought was funny today on another quick hit. Somebody had posted a post from 2016. I thought this was hilarious. This was written on April the 6th, 2016. Somebody posted, this is Mark Kisler. Mark Kisler says, and if you think Dak Prescott is better than Paxton Lynch, you should maybe stop watching football and move to a desert island. This didn't age well. Y'all remember when Jerry Jones wanted Paxton Lynch over Dak Prescott? Do y'all remember that? Yeah, Jerry Jones wanted Paxton Lynch. Yeah, Jerry Jones wanted Paxton Lynch over Dak Prescott. How did it work out? How did it work out? Paxton Lynch ain't even in the league no more, man. Paxton Lynch played 5 games. He was 1-3-0. Not even in the same league stratosphere, man. Boy, Jerry was hot when he didn't get Paxton Lynch, boy. Jerry was absolutely hot when he didn't get Paxton Lynch. Oh, man. Chase Dyer said, yeah, so was Wentz, Watson, and every number 1 pick overall since 2016. Never had a better argument rolling on the floor on ROI on fandom than Dak. Yes, sir. Every quarterback they said was better than Dak Prescott. Lanny Wolf said on that note, I know the Browns are going to draft a quarterback. I'd much rather have Paxton Lynch than Jared Goff. Yeah, boy. Yeah. Boy, I'm telling you, boy, there go the meme. Somebody said, I can't hear you. I say, what's cooler than being cool? Boy. Hey, man, that did not age well. Look. Boy, Nathan Allen, boy, Dave, man. Shout out to Nathan Allen. I'm laughing with you, bro. It didn't age well, boy. Look at that. Look at the meme. I don't think it turned out, did it? I don't think it turned out, bro. That's the face I was making too, boy. Boy, it did not turn out for these people on that stuff. That's right. It didn't turn out, boy. It did not turn out, bro. No, it absolutely didn't. It didn't turn out, bro. It didn't turn out, man. The memes are hilarious. Look at this one. Oh, boy. Oh. Yeah, this stuff didn't roll. Them things age terrible, man. Oh, they killing me with these memes, boy. Yeah, it didn't turn out, man. It didn't turn out. Pure comedy. Pure comedy, man. Dak Prescott has proved so many people wrong, bro. It's insanity, man. Dak Prescott has proved so many people in this league wrong. It is insanity. And Dak ain't done. And this is why I always kind of laugh at people when they talk about Dak Prescott's career. Dak Prescott's career isn't even over yet. John Elway didn't win that Super Bowl until what, year 15, somewhere in there? Dak Prescott's career isn't over, and people act like his career is over. Dak Prescott's career isn't over. I believe they're going to get that Super Bowl before Dak gets up out of here. I think Jerry is determined to get Dak Prescott that Super Bowl. All right, let's do another quick hit. Speaking of George Pickens. Man, y'all get... Ooh. I'm about to say something, Miss Matrix. I'm about to say something. I don't want to get anybody upset. I don't want to get anybody upset. What's going on with CeeDee Lamb? I know a lot of people are saying they're not worried about CeeDee Lamb, but something is going on with CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb is going through something. CeeDee Lamb, of course, we already saw. I don't know if you saw it. CeeDee Lamb had his house broken into. But I'm going to tell you, there's an elephant in the room with the Dallas Cowboys team. There's an elephant in the room. Has anybody seen CeeDee Lamb talking to Von Miller yet? Has anybody seen Von Miller and CeeDee Lamb have any kind of conversation? Anything? Anybody seen it? Anybody seen it? CeeDee Lamb has got some things going on in his life. And one of them, I believe, is dating the baby mother of Von Miller. And I give the Dallas Cowboys, I give Jerry Jones, I'm just wondering if this is some of Jerry Jones' power in the media out there. Because this is a really salacious story that nobody's talking about. But I think it's true. There is some truth to CeeDee Lamb dating Von Miller's mother. I mean, baby mother. I'm sorry. He's dating Von Miller's baby mom. I think he's got to be. Because how are you a leader on the team and you're not talking to Von Miller? Wait a minute. Do what? Where does that make sense at? One of the leaders on the team not talking to Von Miller. And something is up with the Dallas media because I find it to be strange they're not talking about it. Nobody finds this to be strange? We're talking about the same Dallas media that when a young lady said that Dak Prescott allegedly SA'd her. Is it SA? Yes. Something. Yeah, I think it's SA. People were all on that. But nobody's on this. Nobody's saying a word about it. It seems to be that there is something going on to where I think people have been kind of told, at least it seems to me, that people have been told not to make this into a story. Yeah, don't make this into a story. Because any other year, this would be a humongous story. And I'm telling you, I don't find it to be strange I've seen not one frame of video where CeeDee Lamb and Von Miller are talking, laughing, shaking hands, anything. I've seen it from Dak. I've seen it from CD. I've seen it from various players, offensively, defensively. But how does your number one wide receiver, he's supposed to be your number one wide receiver, and there's no conversation, there's no interaction between Von Miller and CeeDee Lamb? Something is not right. Something is not right. And I'm worried about CeeDee Lamb. I'm worried about CeeDee Lamb. This is I don't understand. I can't even I just can't wrap my I mean, we've seen Von's baby mama. I mean, I can understand it when you look at her. But I can't understand the rest of it. It's Von Miller's baby mom. They got 3 kids together, I believe. I just couldn't do that. And we've already talked about, I'm not going to talk about it tonight, but I'm sorry, but if I was a football player, I would never date in football player circles. Never would I ever date in football player circles. Never would I ever. Why would I do it? Why would I do it? You mess around and date a girl behind a guy like a Stephon Diggs, man. Man, bro. I'm not dating no girl behind Stephon Diggs. Everybody know. I mean, I would stay away from these girls that date football players. I absolutely would. I'd have to find me another dating lane. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. Ronan said the fracture nobody's talking about. Yes, absolutely. Yes, Madman. Yes, he's keeping his distance because the video is out there. Yes. Something's not right. Darren, you said he left his window open so the goons could break in his house and get his Gucci bag. Yeah, he ain't worried about them Gucci bags. Yeah, he ain't worried about them Gucci bags. He got insurance on that stuff. But there's something going on with Lamb, and everyone knows it. The beat writers have been talking about it. This is Nick Eatman. I want you to hear Nick Eatman today. Or yesterday. This is Nick Eatman. Nick Eatman talking about CeeDee Lamb. I'm telling y'all.
It's kind of elevated.
Everybody knows. And I'm going somewhere with this story. Listen to this. This is Nick Eatman.
You know, this might cause some issues, but it does seem like Pickens is kind of elevated as the dude, you know, and like CD also really, really good, but Pickens is the one that I think defensive coordinators are going to have even more of a problem with him.
Let me tell you something. They may not be saying anything. Braves Cowboys. Nah, something ain't right with CD, man. Now, those are what you said. Yeah, he practiced good. But you haven't noticed that he isn't as tenacious. There's something, the energy is not there. The energy hasn't been there the entire camp. It hasn't been there the entire camp. It hasn't been there. Patrick Walker was talking about it 3 weeks ago. Other beat writers have been kind of like, okay, yeah. Have you noticed? All the talk is George Pickens. Nick Eatman is right. And I know people don't want to talk about it. But George Pickens has elevated himself to the number one wide receiver on this team. Now, we said there were 2 number ones. But Lamb ain't been quite acting like that lately. Something, I don't know what it is. Something ain't right with CeeDee Lamb. But George Pickens has basically just taken the control of, I'm the number one receiver on this team. I'm the number one receiver. And I think a lot of people are seeing them like that. And I think defenses are going to be looking at George Pickens as the number one receiver. And they've been saying that. I mean, they've been talking about that Lamb has had some drops in camp. And there's been a few that we've seen. But what about the ones we haven't seen? They've said that Lamb has had some drops in practice. See, we're just looking at the pretty parts. But Lamb has had some drops. He's had some drops. Now, again, I don't think CD is nowhere near jealous of George Pickens. I think CD Lamb is George Pickens' biggest fan. But there's something not quite right with CD Lamb. I hope he works out all these kinks by the first game of the season. But I'm going to tell you something about women. And this ain't nothing bad about women. But we have to be careful anytime there's a woman involved, as in two men liking the same woman. That's a problem waiting to happen. I'm sorry, it's a problem waiting to happen. It's not a problem that he's dating Von Miller's ex-girlfriend as much as he's dating Von Miller's ex-girlfriend who has Von Miller's children. I'm just telling you, man, this can get very messy very fast if we're not careful. We already saw this video conveniently released the moment Von Miller signs with the team. Nobody finds that to be I don't find it to be coincidental. She videoed that story, posted it on a story. One of her friends, they're saying that somebody released it. They couldn't have released it had she not got it off her phone. I don't mess around. This is why even the police don't mess around in domestic disputes. Because when people start getting vindictive, you never know what could be down the road. I'm hoping the Cowboys are talking through this. And I'm sure they are behind closed doors. They got to talk through this because it's one incident away from a national headline. It's one incident away. It's one. Because anytime you're dealing with a woman, Von Miller almost lost his career over this woman a few years ago. Here we are again. She filmed that video, had that video long before Von Miller got on the team, but conveniently, the video surfaces when Von Miller signs on the team. I'm just telling y'all, man. I'm telling y'all. This can get messy real fast if we're not careful. I'm sure they're probably doing some talking about this behind closed doors, but nah, you can tell, man, CD and Von Miller, they're having no contact. None. You can tell there is no contact. And rumor has it is that even that night of that video, Von Miller ran him out the club. That's what the rumor is. They're having no contact.
And, you know, I know that doesn't sound good. They're trying to negotiate this, and CD's still wide receiver one and all that. But I think from a mismatched problem situation, I think Pickens is presenting himself as a big-time problem.
Nick, you know what he just said, right? Nick Eatman is trying to say this politically correct. And it doesn't bother me. We've had these discussions last year. It doesn't bother me. But you do realize that Nick Eatman is basically saying that CeeDee Lamb, no, he's basically saying that it looks like George Pickens is better than CeeDee Lamb. That's all he's saying. I'm being honest with you. Nick Eatman isn't just saying that it looks like George Pickens is better than CeeDee Lamb. Nick Eatman is even saying that other teams think George Pickens is better than CeeDee Lamb. I know he's trying to do it politically correct. That's all he's saying. And I don't know if that's a part of what's going on with CeeDee Lamb. I don't know. Miss Major said it's likely in his personal life, house broken into. I'll be honest with you. For me, if somebody broke in my house while I'm not there and stole something, whoop-dee-doo. Even if I was a millionaire, whoop-dee-doo. I got insurance. I got insurance on my house right now. Somebody break in and steal all of my equipment, I'll be down for a couple of days. I mean, I use my phone, but that insurance check gonna be nice. I'm just telling you. Straight up. I don't get people who be tripping over material things being stolen. I don't care nothing about material. Man, I've told my sons, man, somebody want to take your car, take your shoes, or they want a chain or some rings you got on, or empty your wallet, give it to them. Who cares? Don't carry cash anyway. Can cancel your debit card. Your car is insured. Who cares about some shoes? Your life is more important than shoes. I don't care nothing about stuff getting stolen. It wouldn't bother me if stuff got stolen. Who cares? Gucci bags and chains. Get all that stuff back to insurance. But I just think with I don't know. It's just something going on with CeeDee Lamb. That's all I can tell you. There's something going on with him. And I hope he really, I hope it doesn't affect him going forward, because with the way teams are going to pay attention to George Pickens, man, CeeDee Lamb head's got to be on right, because he's going to be getting, he's going to be getting one-on-one coverage. It tells you what teams think about George Pickens, that they would be willing to go one-on-one with CeeDee Lamb rather than letting George Pickens run wild. Just goes to show you how they feel. So Lamb, Ryan Floyd, they're going to have to be on their A game, because teams are going to, I think we're going to see some games this year. George Pickens might even be triple covered. George Pickens might even be triple covered some of these games. They're going to come out the box on George Pickens, double covered every single game. Let me see what Miss Matrix said here. She says it's not about what they took. It's whatever they have going on, the mess that led up to the theft. Oh, that part too. Yeah, that part too. That part too, Miss Matrix. I get you. That part too. You never know. And I'm going to tell you, they call it this for a reason. Baby mama trauma. They call it that for a reason. And there's a thing out there also called baby daddy drama. They might not call it that, but I'm calling it that. But I want Lamb to have his head together. I want him to have his head together because, double covering GP don't work. Ask the Eagles, yeah. Ask the Kansas City Chiefs. Braves, I did a video. You talking about the CeeDee Lamb? That was on the Cowboys After Dark. It's probably was about a week and a half ago. Yeah, we did a whole hour and a half on that story, man. We was up in here rolling, bro. It's got to be one of the craziest dang stories. But the Cowboys, I got to give it to them. They've done a great job of managing it. There's been nothing, hardly nobody other than Cam Newton. I've talked about it. Cam Newton, he thought it was going to be a big-time video. He not only released it once, he released it twice, and it still didn't do anything. Still didn't do anything. And you know what? I'm going to tell you something. This is going to be more of a discussion than I believe people want to admit. Cowboy fan said, simple, pay whatever Pickens wants, trade CeeDee Lamb. That ain't going to happen. At least I don't think it is. I don't think the Cowboys will trade CeeDee Lamb. But understand something, man. CeeDee Lamb signed a 4-year extension. This is year 3. Next year, shoot. Last year of that deal. Next year after that, man, I mean, you never know. Cowboys may say, okay, we got George. He's young. Camden Brown, Ryan Flournoy, and that's how we're rolling. You just never know. So over the next couple of years, Cowboys need to get that Super Bowl with CeeDee Lamb here. They really do. They really do, because I think this is going to be a serious conversation at the end of next season. But thank God we got 2 seasons, and we don't have to worry about it. We got to make sure we wrap up George next season, and then we'll have another season of George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb, and then we'll see what happens after that. But I think this is going to be a bigger discussion when people understand. Whether people love it, like it, or hate it, it's going to be a huge, huge discussion in the future. All right, let me go over here. Miss Matrix, you're asking me if I got the commercials. I got one commercial. You're talking about the H-E-B commercials? I do got one of those. Let me give us one more quick hit.
Where's the weakness on this team, Todd?
Todd Archer. You give us one more quick hit. Todd Archer talking about Jerry Jones and Todd Archer talking about Jerry Jones. Check out what Todd Archer had to say about Jerry Jones. Check this out.
Here we go. But I understand I'm mentioning a team that finished in last and second to last or last adjacent in so many categories.
Where in the world is Todd Archer at, man?
Categories last year, but where is it? The O-line? Like what keeps the Joneses and Schottenheimer up a little bit right now?
I know we've talked about Von Miller. To me, it is still the pass rush. And until we see Von practice, I'll continue to say the pass rush. They feel confident that they've got enough guys, but it's one thing to say, oh, we've got 4, 5, 6 guys that can get you 5, 6, 7 sacks. I don't know. It's still, when the Cowboys have been really good defensively in the last, since I've been covering them, I guess, you've had Micah, you've had DeMarcus Ware, you've had these double-digit sack guys. I don't know if they have that on this defense, but
I don't think they need double-digit sack guys. I think they need guys just to get sacks. I think they need about 5 or 6 guys that's getting 8 and 9 sacks, and then by the time you look up at the end of the year, you're somewhere between 40 and 45 sacks. I'm not worried about a double-digit sack guy on this team. But if I got a bet on a double-digit sack guy, I think it's going to be 2 guys. I think it's going to be Von Miller, and I think it's going to be Rashawn Gary. I think they're both going to get around 10.
And if you look at Fangio's past and what he's had in Philadelphia, it's been a number of guys getting 5, 6, 7 sacks.
Yeah.
Not one guy getting 20 sacks and everybody else filling in. I'm still curious about the pass rush. You mentioned offensive line. Tyler Guyton seems to be answering the question at left tackle. I wonder if right tackle is a little bit of a concern for them right now, but they have a guy in Terrence Steele that's been a starter basically since his rookie year. They feel comfortable there, but I would say pass rush, and then you go injuries. Look, Dak has not played in consecutive full seasons since 2019. So that's something that is always going to be out there, especially as he turns 33. He's had some major injuries that we know of.
Wasn't aware of that one right there. Okay. Dak Prescott hasn't played consecutive healthy seasons since 2019. Very interesting.
But I would go pass rush, health, offensive line as the 3 worries that they should have right now.
Listen, I know.
No, I wouldn't be worried at this point. I mean, just play the dang on game.
Jerry's really feeling it as well. He should about the Micah trade looking, a year later as good as it does for Dallas. And he has every right to sit here and go, hey, last year, everyone thought I'd kind of lost it with the whole handshake thing. And now look at us now. But if, and what's he talking about? Baby formula and crap shooting and all that sort of stuff last week. That was one of the sound bites of the summer. But yeah, baby shoes and crap shoots and whatever. But if you put sodium pentothal on the Joneses, would they want Tank Lawrence back? Would that be the one thing that they shouldn't have done, or that they just couldn't figure it out money-wise? Because he's got a ring, and you're talking about pass rush. That guy,
Nope, wouldn't want DeMarcus Lawrence back. No, he's too comfortable in Dallas. Too comfortable in Dallas. No.
Certainly look good on the Cowboys right now, Todd.
Yeah, and I think in their mind they have the next iteration of DeMarcus Lawrence, and his name is either Donovan Ezeraku or Malachi Lawrence, their first-round pick from a year ago. Now, DeMarcus Lawrence is a tremendous player, all-around player, and I think after he had a couple double-digit sack seasons, he was around 6, 7, 8 every season here in Dallas. So, but where they missed him was the all-around ability. Of course, you'd like to have a guy like Donovan or DeMarcus on your team, but I think in their minds, it was just time to move on. And I think in DeMarcus's mind, it might have been time to move on as well. And it worked out for him. They were able to hug it out before the preseason game on Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
The Cowboys, I don't think there's any regret about DeMarcus Lawrence, and I know there's no regret about the Micah Parsons trade.
No, they both need to go. Yeah, those 2 players, it was time for them to move on. And the Cowboys are better for it. Yeah, I don't regret. DeMarcus Lawrence couldn't even stay on the field with the Cowboys. Man robbed the Cowboys in his last season here.
None about Micah, huh? None at all.
No, I mean, I'm sure the personnel people might feel differently because there's only so many of those guys on the planet.
Right.
But I think when you look at everything else that was surrounding that team last year at this time, again, I mentioned, he's sitting down on the grass during practice. He's lying on the medical table during the game, preseason game. They knew where that was headed, and they felt like they had to move on. They weren't going to get a deal done. It was always going to be something. Remember, he went and got his back examined before he got traded to Green Bay. Cowboys were prepared for him to miss multiple weeks. Suddenly gets traded to Green Bay, and man, that back felt a whole heck of a lot better.
Yeah. And shame on the doctor that actually said Michael Parsons had a back issue, and we all knew that he didn't. Shame on that doctor, man. Shame. It's amazing what you can pay somebody to do. No doggone well this man didn't have no back injury. It's a dang on shame. It is shameful to even think about that somebody would do that.
Amazing how those things work out, huh?
Yeah, it's amazing.
Hey, you made it all the way to the end. Thanks for that.
Yeah, man. It's absolutely sickening. Man, this dude, nobody believed it. Nobody believed this dude had a back injury. Nobody believed it. Absolutely sickening. And they went along with it. It's crazy. It's crazy. Doctor went along with it. It's absolutely crazy. I'd be afraid to tell a lie like that. And I don't believe in all the karma stuff, but I will say this. I'd be too afraid to lie about something like that, and then you turn around in the same season you said your back was hurt, and guess what wound up happening to you? You tore your knee. I'm not saying those two things were related, but I am saying that's why I wouldn't do stuff like that. I wouldn't do stuff like that. Sitting up here lying about an injury that you don't have, and then look what happens to you. You wind up getting a real injury that actually keeps you out. Man, I say stay away from all that stupid, foolish lying and all that old kind of stuff, because, man, stuff got a way of coming back on you. Stuff got a way of coming back on you. And it's just absolutely crazy to me in the grand scheme of things of how that all kind of worked out, man. It's just crazy. It's crazy and it's embarrassing, but I'm sorry, I ain't playing with stuff like that. I'm not playing around lying about stuff like that. All right, let's look at one more quick hit here. I want to check out one of the Dallas Cowboy HEB commercials. Bet them boys getting free groceries all day long, man. Bet they getting them free groceries. Wish I had a deal with HEB. This is one of the commercials, man. Jerry is on his game again.
Cowboy burgers!
Jerry is on his game again. And matter of fact, this may be all of the commercials. I don't know if y'all have seen these or not. But here are the HEB commercials. Let me put this on here real quick. Cowboys HEB commercials. But they're getting free groceries. Check this out if you hadn't already seen them.
Yes! Here we go! Cowboy burgers! Yeah! We got cowboy cookies! Yeah! We got Philly cheesesteak egg rolls! Cheesesteak egg rolls! Yeah! I like the coverage, Brooke.
Yeah! I see you. Don't want anything Philly on it. Don't want anything Philly on it. Okay, I see. That was a great commercial there. I like that right there. Free groceries. All the Dallas Cowboy fans should get, you know what? On Sundays when the Cowboys play, all Cowboys fans should get 10% off their groceries. Yeah. Make it happen, Jerry. All right, this is the second commercial. Let's check it out.
What's up? Why are you in full pads?
Hey, you invited me over here to kick it.
Right.
Right.
To come kick it.
Right. To kick it.
Right.
Right.
Come kick it.
I will.
Okay, I see you. All right. I get you there. I get you. Yeah, come kick it, not kick the ball. Yeah, not kick the ball. Come kick it as in, he got that HEB ice cream. The HEB ice cream is pretty good. But it's not quite Bluebell. I don't know what Bluebell put in that ice cream. I believe that Bluebell be putting that I believe Bluebell be putting them rocks in their ice cream because that ice cream is that ice cream from Bluebell is different. But that HEB ice cream is really good, especially depending upon the flavor. All right, this is the third commercial. Check this out.
I heard that Prescott stashed his HEB butter tortillas in his shoulder pads. That's why he's so jacked.
Wait a minute. Wait a doggone minute. You telling me that this commercial... Boy, this is crazy work right here, boy. Boy, this is crazy work. Talking about this man put tortillas in his shoulder pads. That's why he looks so jacked. Boy, oh boy, I'm done with this. This is so crazy right here, bro. This is funny right here, bro. This is funny.
Hey! That's what I heard.
Oh, man, that's hilarious right there, bro. That is hilarious right there. Your Cowboys game day headquarters. Okay, that's funny. That third one is the funniest one. All right.
Let's go! It's official. Cowboys and HEB are teaming up.
Yeah. Boy, this is crazy, man. Woo. Oh, man. Yeah, it's pretty good there, man. It's pretty good there. The last one was okay. But that one with them tortilla for the shoulder pads is crazy. That is a funny video right there, man. That's a funny video. So we're going to have to erase that third one. I'm sure copyright. They'll be hitting me soon here. But that one was funny, man. That was funny. Hey, man, Jerry Jones is at it again. I like the fact that the Mariano Overshown is in that commercial. Straight from Texas. I like it. All right, let me see what Coach J said. Coach J said, gee, this happened before Vaughn got on the team. Coach J, I'm sorry, I would just have a cardinal rule. I'm not dating any girl. I'm not dating any ex-football player's baby mama. I'm not even dating an ex-football player's girlfriend. I'm just not doing it. I just think it's bad business. It's bad business because you never know who's going to wind up on what team. You just never know. Me, I wouldn't want to do it. And I wouldn't want to be on a team where I'm dating another player's baby mama. I wouldn't want to do that. I wouldn't want to do it. I think it's tacky. I wouldn't want to do it. It's bad business. It's it's just unnecessary drama. I wouldn't do it. And I'm sure if Lamb could do it all over again, or if Lamb would have knew what he know now, Lamb would be like, oh, heck no. But who knows? I mean, and I'll be honest with you, I'm just keeping it 100% real. People can do whatever they want to do, but I wouldn't be 27 years old in the prime of my life dating a woman who is in her mid-30s with children. Why am I doing that? Why would I be doing that? Man, I'm in the prime of my life, man. I'm out here trying to, I'm out here focused on football, and I'm focused on trying to get me a wife and having my own children and family. I just wouldn't be doing that. But to each his own. You know, he can do what he want to do. But I'm just telling this, man, this baby mama drama, baby daddy drama, stuff is real. It's all, man, it's real. It don't take but the smallest thing for something to pop off. It don't take but the smallest thing. Seen it too many times. But again, hey, they seem to be handling it. I'm not going to say they're handling it well, but they're handling it. But I don't find it to be coincidental. I've seen not one conversation between those two players. All right, so now we're gonna go around the NFL real quick. We got quite a few stories here I want to look at around the NFL before we get out of here tonight. Before we get out of here this morning, yeah, we got quite a few stories around the NFL. I might not even be able to get to all of these today because there is one story on here that has me ticked off, and I don't know if y'all seen this story, but this has me ticked off. And I am telling you, this is one of the reasons why there's a guy on this team, or used to be on this team, and I'm glad he's no longer on this team. Man, let's see. Where do I want to start with this? Where do I want to start with this? The story is horrible. It's one big story. All right, let's go from the least to the greatest story. At least the shortest to the longest story. How about that? All right, let's get over here around the NFL.
Yeah! Here we go!
All right. Around the NFL. Joseph Hoyt reported today, or yesterday, or 2 days ago. The league has had some rule changes. And I am so glad that the league has had these rule changes. But the league has decided, obviously, to outlaw the drop hip tackle. I'm sorry, but the league should have done this a long time ago. A lot of people don't realize it, but the Dak Prescott injury came from a hip drop tackle. If I'm not mistaken, that came from the hip drop tackle. That cornerback dropped that hip on Dak Prescott, and that force broke the foot of and twisted the ankle of Dak Prescott. We lost Tony Pollard in the playoff game because of the hip drop tackle. That is a dangerous tackle. I don't know if y'all notice it. It's a very dangerous tackle. Someone drops the entire weight of their body while grabbing somebody around the hips. It's not as much of a problem when you do it from the side, but when you like grab them and you're behind them, you drop down on their ankle, it bends their ankle in weird ways, it bends their legs in weird ways. Man, this hip drop tackle is crazy. They should have got rid of it a long time ago. Horse collar tackle has always been an issue. Launching, they've already outlawed that. Hit on the defensive player, and then a blindside block. It says from the inbox, NFL teams were briefed today that there will be a greater emphasis on 5 rule violations. Players who commit 3 violations in any of these categories in one season will be suspended for a game. I love it. I love it. It's a career-ending play. Yeah, Miss Matrix. Yeah, Romo too. That might have been a drop hip on Romo. It's a dangerous play, and I'm glad they're going to emphasize it. I'm glad there have been too many players that have been hurt from that drop hip tackle. Grab a guy around the waist and tackle him. Don't drop all of your weight and just. I'm just glad the NFL did it. That's all I can tell you. I love it. I absolutely love it. So I'm pretty sure there'll be some people complaining about it. I'm pretty sure there'll be some people complaining about the hip drop tackle, because I remember when they first started talking about outlawing that hip drop tackle, there were players complaining about it. I'm sorry. I'm absolutely ecstatic they're doing it. I'm ecstatic they're doing it. That hip drop tackle is absolutely dangerous. It's absolutely dangerous. All right, let's see here. Let's go from least to greatest on these. Because, man, I'm going to show you a story that's going to have y'all mad. I'm telling you, it's going to have you mad. All right, this is also affecting the NFC East. Everybody's kind of waiting. Everybody's waiting. Aaron Donald. Aaron Donald. Let's check this out. Everybody's wondering when Aaron Donald's going to come back.
Steve, I put you to the test. It's a question we asked recently on GMFB. 0 to 99 is the scale. You must pick a number, and that is the likelihood of Aaron Donald playing in Australia in week 1 for the Rams. You have 30 seconds.
It's funny. I thought about this. I'm going to say 70 because, and it's because of the Australia factor. Even if he comes back next week, does he want to go do that travel? He'll have plenty of time to get ready. But they play a Monday night game after that.
Yeah.
So maybe he doesn't go through all of this without having the training camp that he had, and then he comes back, gets more reps, and plays the Monday night. But I also do think if Aaron Donald comes back, he's got that dog in him. He's not going to want to miss a game.
Right?
And against, the 49ers, don't you think he wants to open up his season banging against Trent Williams? So I say 70, but that's a sliding scale, sliding towards the up.
Yeah. Aaron Donald has stayed around town, as we know.
I'm just wondering when it comes to Aaron Donald. I'm just really wondering about how good will Aaron Donald really be? I mean, I know a lot of people think that Aaron Donald is Superman and he gonna jump off the couch and he gonna put his super suit back on. And he gonna come out and he gonna just terrorize the NFL. Really? I think he's going to be good. I just wonder how good is he going to be. I really wonder how good he's going to be. All right, let's get another quick hit from around the NFL.
Yes! Here we go!
This has got to be one of the craziest stories that I saw circulate. Have y'all seen this? This is crazy work. Says the Patriots and Christian Gonzalez are not believed to be close on a new deal, with New England unwilling to pay him Devin Witherspoon level money. Wow. This is crazy work. And so if this is the case when it comes to Christian Gonzalez, I don't know how true this part is. I'm going to take this part with a grain of salt. I'm pretty sure this is one of these. I think this may be one of those parody accounts, but I don't know how true it is because I don't see how the Packers could pull this off. Have y'all seen this? Green Bay Packers are finalizing a deal. I don't think that's true. But I'm not going to be surprised if teams are actually going to be making a run at Christian Gonzalez if possible. But they're putting this stuff out there. I know it's not true. Somebody said it's real. Somebody said, I'll take BS for 10,000, Alex. I'm rolling on that, boy. I don't believe it to be true, but I do believe that they're having a problem coming to a deal. And so I am not going to be surprised if something happens with this Christian Gonzalez things. I'm not going to be surprised. Yeah, again, I don't think this part is true at all. But I do believe they're having an issue coming to a deal with Christian Gonzalez. Because from what my understanding is, Christian Gonzalez is wanting monopoly money. I mean, he wants to fix it to where even after he gets his deal, he still wants to put a clause in his contract to where he's still the highest paid cornerback, if I'm not mistaken. Because it's actually Adam Schefter who reported that the Patriots don't want to give Christian Gonzalez Devin Witherspoon money. So Adam Schefter is reporting that. But I think the guy Rogers Burr, he's just got wishful thinking that the Green Bay Packers, after giving away draft picks to the Dallas Cowboys, I mean, I guess they're magically going to get some more draft picks. They're magically going to get some more draft picks, and they're going to push, they're going to, I guess, tell the New England Patriots they can have their, 2028, 2029, and 2030 first-round draft picks? Yeah, that ain't happening. But we're going to see how this thing with Christian Gonzalez continues to shake down because they're having a hard time coming to an agreement. All right, so let's go to this next quick hit.
Yes! Here we go!
The 49ers. The 49ers are being decimated with injuries. Decimated. I don't know how they're going to pull this off. The 49ers are being decimated with injuries. Last year, they were able to do it, but I don't know if they're going to be able to do it this year. I mean, even Kyle Shanahan got in a car wreck. They are decimated with injuries. And I don't even think Kyle Shanahan is going to be back to the first game of the season. This is them talking about Kyle Shanahan. Talking about the 49ers.
And it feels like every single segment when we talk about injuries, we could say, this segment brought to you by the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah.
What's the very latest on Mike?
Now, the reason why I'm showing all of these particular stories is because they indirectly affect the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, Kev, it's been a rough camp. Mike Evans had a rough camp. He's had multiple injuries. I'm told he is determined to play through them and try to be available for week 1. The latest is a groin issue. He's been out this week. 49ers are hoping he can get back on the practice field next week, which should be a short week because they're getting ready to go to Australia for that long flight. The bigger concern there is the pass rushers. Nick Bosa, Mikael Williams, when will they be back? But the offense should be made whole here soon. Evans plans to be a part of that. It's just groin tightness, so we'll see how it goes. Josh Simmons, this one is interesting because he's got a back issue. He's been classified as day-to-day, but I can say that he is undergoing more tests to see if there is something long-term here. So this could be one to watch. They have Jalen Moore, who's kind of like their swing right tackle, left tackle. He could start there if needed. So could be minor, but they're still identifying that situation. That would be big. They're a much better offense when he's in there.
You got to protect a quarterback who's coming off that knee injury, and that is Patrick Mahomes on track to start week 1 on Monday night against the Broncos.
Wow. 49ers decimated with injuries. It's going to be tough for them this year. And who knows what's going on with Brandon Ayuk. Who knows what's going on with Brandon Ayuk. Yeah, running the voice. People were talking about the Cowboys are trading for Christian Gonzalez. No, the Cowboys aren't spending that kind of money. Cowboys aren't spending that with Terry Porter Jr. money. Cowboys aren't spending that kind of money to go out there and get cornerbacks when they already got the run blend. Cowboys got too many things to be worried about in trying to get a cornerback, spending that kind of money. All right, now, these last two stories. Tony Romo is in big trouble, guys. Y'all remember when I first covered that story? Tony Romo is in big trouble. I feel like we're in the twilight zone. How does a man sign a $180 million deal? And it's like the guy for the 49ers, I think the owner for the 49ers who they're talking about, wound up getting caught allegedly with somebody. You're making this kind of money, you're doing this kind of stupid stuff. Tony Romo. Tony Romo. This don't even look like Tony Romo. I don't even know. We're in the twilight zone. I'm sorry. We're in the twilight zone. And for everybody that was taking up for Tony Romo, something went wrong on this whole issue. It says Tony Romo was hit with 3 new citations over OWI arrest in Wisconsin. He was hit with 3 new ones. Facing new citations. Says court records show the district attorney cited the ex-NFL star and current CBS Sports broadcaster for first offense operating while intoxicated, unsafe passing on the right side, and possessing open intoxicants in his vehicle. That's the part nobody knew about. That he had an open container in the vehicle. As we reported, the former Dallas Cowboys quarterback was pulled over by the cops on July 23rd for a traffic violation, and police suspected him of driving under the influence. Tony told them he was leaving a golf course and was on his way to see his grandparents. Body cam footage from the scene showed Tony was placed under arrest after failing a field sobriety test and you see him going through the test in the parking garage and asking the officers a ton of questions. As TMZ previously reported, Tony has been placed on indefinitely by CBS Sports following the arrest, and he is yet to return to the air. Who messes up $180 million? Oh, I'm sorry. Tony Romo, as my wife will say. Tony. Man, you give me a 10-year, $180 million contract, bruh. You wouldn't even be able to get me to use rubbing alcohol on a wound. You couldn't give me rubbing alcohol for a wound. You couldn't give me Vicks cough drops, Vapor Rub, NyQuil. You not giving me anything that could be remotely drug use. And I'm not driving myself around nowhere. I'm sorry. I'm a $180 million man. I'm not driving nowhere, especially to no doggone golf. If I'm playing golf, I'm not driving from the golf tournament. It's crazy work, man. Tony. I told y'all about Tony Romo, man. Tony Romo, he just can't leave well enough alone. Uber talented. Just can't focus. And just when you thought it couldn't get any more crazier. Look at this. Tony Romo has accepted full responsibility. Yeah, for everybody out there who was saying Tony didn't do it and blah, blah, blah. Tony taking full responsibility. As he should if he's guilty. Tony Romo said, I'm talking to CBS about TV return. I'm sorry, this don't even look like Tony Romo. Says Tony Romo is owning the old WI bust in the wake of his 3 new citations and in talks with CBS about potentially returning to the job. It don't matter what they do because obviously CBS can't fire him because if they could, they would. If they fire him, they're still paying him $180 million. It seems like there's nothing that they can do. Says a spokesperson tells TMZ, Tony accepts full responsibility for his actions and has taken proactive steps to ensure that this isolated civil matter is properly resolved. Man, you make mistakes, Tony. Everybody makes mistakes, but gosh, man, you got to be careful, man. You got to be careful out here in these streets. And don't be out there driving drunk. Or don't be driving doing any kind of drinking. It's stupid. Says they also tell us we are working with the local authorities to bring this matter to a close, and we are communicating with CBS about the next steps. As you know, the NFL analyst and ex-Dallas Cowboys quarterback was busted last month in Wisconsin for driving under the influence. Says now he's facing 3 new citations. First offense, operating while intoxicated, unsafe passing on the right side, and possessing open intoxicants in the vehicle. I don't understand it. He failed the field sobriety test. I don't understand any of this stuff with Tony Romo. It's absolutely stupid to me. Yes, people make mistakes. I get it. Dang it, man. You got to be watching. You got to be on your guard, man. You're a $180 million man. That is nasty work to me. I don't know what the heck is going on with Tony Romo. But again, I'm glad he's not a Dallas Cowboy anymore at this point. I'm glad this didn't happen while he was in Dallas. I'm sure Tony will bounce back. But let this be a lesson, man. This, man, nothing's promised, man. Sometimes people get careless when they think something is promised. You got to treat everything like it's a privilege. Nothing is promised. It's just bottom line. Nothing is promised, man. All right. Our final story from around the NFL. Dallas Cowboys Nation, I'm sorry. This is a sick story. I don't care how you slice it. This is a sick story. Has anybody seen this?
For any
Josh Jacobs has been suspended for misdemeanor battery and criminal damage to property. Has anybody seen this? I mean, I don't know if he's going to be suspended. Let me see. But I think that Adam Schefter was talking about it. I'm about to show y'all something that's absolutely crazy. Look at this right here. Has anybody seen this? Josh Jacobs is in some serious trouble. Green Bay Packers. But that ain't the part I want to show you. But just watch this.
under the collective bargaining agreement, the baseline suspension for any domestic violence offense is a minimum of 6 games. 6 games. So if any of these charges are proven to be true, Josh Jacobs is looking at a lengthy suspension. Under the collective bargaining agreement,
So we all know about this issue with Josh Jacobs. You know, it's not something that I really want to report on. But you may be wondering, how is this related to the Dallas Cowboys? Not directly related, indirectly. I'm about to show y'all something that is absolutely insanity. I'm about to show y'all something that is absolute insanity. I don't know if Josh Jacobs did what he did or not. But it's this right here that should have people going bananas. Do y'all want to see something absolutely disgusting? Look at this madness right here. Look at this. This is Michael Parsons' brother. He says a shove. Y'all got to relax. Anger gets the best out of anyone. Everyone deserves a second chance. Misdemeanor at that. So, who says this? Who says something crazy as this? This is absolutely bonkers to me. Who says this? I'm sorry, I'm not saying this. You don't know what happened. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, if Josh Jacobs shoved her, and you say a shove with a question mark, that's crazy work to me. That's crazy work. And people are on here just going back and forth about this. I mean, it's crazy work. I mean, so look at this right. So I says, I mean, look at the dude. You could tell he was bullied his whole life growing up, but always acted hard because of his brother. I'm sorry, but if this was my brother, we'd be having some ooh. I'm sorry. I don't care if I can't control my brother. I bet you we about to have some problems on this. This is crazy. This is crazy. It is crazy for someone to say that in a situation like this. It's crazy. I don't even know what all this is. They going crazy over here in the comments. They going crazy over here in the comments. I don't even know what this is. I guess they're talking about Terrence Poe. Okay. I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh, but I guess what they're doing over here is that they're saying allegedly that he was also involved in a domestic violence dispute or something. And they're saying, they highlighted right here, aggravated assault. And they saying, you know, this is his mugshot. They're saying no surprise. I mean, I don't know what half this stuff is. I don't know what half this stuff is, but it is crazy to me. It is crazy to me that the brother of a player will be saying this. Look at what Dak Saved My Life said. Look at the meme with the broken chains. He said, "I don't have to deal with the Parsons BS around my team no more." Amen. Amen. This is the craziest of crazy work. Why would you say something like that? This dude says a shove. Really, bro, the best thing you can do is be quiet. Is be quiet. And you definitely don't want to be discrediting the person who made the charge, because you don't know the whole story. I don't know if Josh Jacobs did this or not. But what the crazy part is to me is that Michael Parsons' brother said this. That's crazy work to me. I'm sorry, that's crazy work. And there are people, I mean, there was another article on it too, and they're just going nuts on this because their response is how crazy Michael Parsons' brother is. I don't understand it. I do not understand this kind of stuff. But I can tell you this, you wouldn't catch me doing that. And I would have a problem with my brother doing it. I really would. I would have a problem with my brother doing something like that. That's just stupid to me. Just like he was commenting on Rashawn Gary and saying all this crazy stuff about Rashawn Gary. Now here he is protecting Josh Jacobs. Don't even know the full story, but then just blows it off like matter-of-factly, like, oh, well, so what? It's a shove. Bro, that is not what you should be saying. It's just not what you should be saying. Okay, hold on a second. I forgot I had another part. Let me see. I think I had another part to this. Maybe I didn't, but I'm just telling you, and this is why people are going off on him about this in the comments. I mean, they're just going off on him. Because it's just like total just craziness that a person would say something like this. I mean, that's just crazy. It's just crazy. So insensitive. So insensitive. I'm sorry, I just wouldn't be saying it. Just absolutely crazy. Let me show you something else. Let me show you something. I forgot to show you a while ago. Look at the meme that somebody posted about Tony Romo. Look at the look at this. Leave Tony alone. This is crazy. Boy, this is crazy. Leave Tony alone. Leave Tony alone, boy. These people crazy. These people crazy, boy. Tony, boy, these people crazy, man. Tony gonna bounce back. You know, Tony gonna bounce back. But dang, Tony, bro, you're too rich for this. But again, man, this thing with Michael Parsons, bro, I don't understand it. I don't understand it, man. Somebody's got to say something to him. It's just, bro, you're doing too much, man. You're doing too much. You don't have to comment on this kind of stuff. There are just some things, bro. You just got to let it go, man. You just got to let that. You just got to let that stuff go, bro. All right, this is the last quick hit before we get out of here and do the plays of the day. But I'm pretty sure most of y'all saw this already. The NFL has ended the Pro Bowl. The NFL has ended the Pro Bowl. It makes sense to me. Pro Bowl's been a joke for years. Pro Bowl's been a joke for years. They don't know what to do with the Pro Bowl. It's just been a joke for years. Absolutely a joke. It's yeah, it's been a joke for years. Somebody said the NFL finally mercy killed the Pro Bowl. I'm not going to read everything that Woody Wager said. He said, but no one wants to see grown men get paid to play flag football. When they actually played when it was in Hawaii, it was awesome. They should just name the people to all the they should just name people to the All Madden team now. That's exactly what they're about to do. Yep. Exactly what they're about to do now. And this is another thing that really that killed the Pro Bowl. Y'all remember this play from the Pro Bowl? Yeah, that right there, boy. Ooh. That's when they took the Pro Bowl serious. Problem with the Pro Bowl, they couldn't ever figure out a way to really make it matter. When you think about all the other sports and how they do their All-Star games, their All-Star games, there's something on the line, in those games a lot of times. Not to mention those games are nowhere near as physical. So you can have those Pro Bowls like mid-season, their All-Star games mid-season, and you don't have to worry about these guys getting hurt as much. But the problem with the Pro Bowl is that, especially after that Sean Taylor hit, people started thinking twice about the Pro Bowl, man. They were like, wait a minute, man, hold on a sec. A player could actually get hurt in the Pro Bowl because it's at the end of it's after everything is over with and there's nothing really to play for. And they're having it before the Super Bowl, so the people in the Super Bowl were not going to the Pro Bowl. And so they found they couldn't find a way to really make it count. And that was the biggest issue. They couldn't find a way to make it count. They couldn't find a way to make it meaningful anymore. Because the players, I believe, just started saying, we're bowing out. Even if you have it after the Super Bowl, players were saying, I'm bowing out. If you had it before, they're bowing out. If you had it after, they're bowing out. Because I believe players just started saying, nah, man, I don't want to get hurt. I'm either going to the Super Bowl or I just played the Super Bowl, just played a 19, 20 game season. I don't want to play the Pro Bowl. And so I think what really ticked off some people last year, I saw somebody writing about this earlier, and I wish I would have kept it. But somebody made a very good, somebody wrote a very good article about it. Not an article, but they were talking about the fact that some people were upset that Shedeur Sanders made the Pro Bowl last year. It didn't upset me. It didn't upset me. But a lot of people were saying that because, they didn't feel like he earned it. They didn't feel like he earned it. That it just really devalued the Pro Bowl. So George Pickens is going to be the last MVP of the Pro Bowl. That'll be a trivia question in a few years. That'll be a trivia question. Who was the last player to win the MVP of the Pro Bowl? So it had just gotten to a point they just couldn't make it. They just couldn't make it count no more. And I can understand why players wouldn't want to play it and get hurt, especially when Sean Taylor was out there mauling the way Sean. Yeah, Miss Major said, yeah, Dak turned it down the last time he was paid. Yeah. They just couldn't find a way to make it matter anymore. They couldn't. They couldn't. What are you going to do to make it matter? But that was a different day back then. Lil D Texas said we used to watch football to see these kind of hits back in. Boy, you ain't lying. Boy, you ain't lying, boy. But now the issue is players don't want to get hit like that, risking an injury, and then not being ready for the regular season. So players don't want to do it no more. So That's just kind of where it is. I mean, it's a different world we're playing in now with this stuff, man. It's a different world. And, I'm not going to say the guys aren't tough as they used to be. But I do think that the league is so much faster. Guys are running faster. The collisions are crazy now. And, guys are just saying they don't want to do it. They don't want to do it. So, I don't know. Oh, yeah, Bobby's Hobbies. Yeah, even that onside kick rule. I mean, the NFL is getting closer and closer to getting rid of the kickoff, man. They're getting closer and closer to getting rid of the kickoff. I like the way they do the kickoff now. I don't like the fact that you have to tell somebody you're going to do an onside kick. That's stupid to me. But I guess they're doing that to try to cut down on injuries of some sort. But I just think if you got to tell people you're going to run an onside kick, it's almost like, why run the onside kick? The power of the onside kick is the element of surprise. But I guess they didn't want nobody to be surprised no more. So that's kind of where that is. All right, man. That's all I have for this show for today. We're going to be back later on today, but I'm going to give you the plays from Wednesday. Run through those real quick. I've already showed you a couple of them, but let's kind of run through those real quick. All right, let's run through some of the plays of the day from Wednesday. It's kind of crazy when you think about it. The Dallas Cowboys, and I don't remember them doing this last year. The Dallas Cowboys actually turned the last training camp practice into an actual broadcast. I would have watched it on television if I knew they was going to do that. Turn it into an actual broadcast. But this play right here, I showed it to you earlier. Camden Brown. Camden Brown is putting the Cowboys in a headlock. Absolutely. Camden Brown. Great catch by Camden Brown. Next up, I already showed y'all this one too, but it's too funny not to show it to you again.
Assuming everybody stays healthy, it's great having the options available with different skill set for these guys.
Von Miller ran around Terrence Steele like Terrence Steele wasn't even there. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. That is crazy the way Von Miller ran around Terrence Steele. Man, if Von Miller can do that against the opponents, oh my gosh.
Options available.
Crazy. Terrence Steele is having nightmares lately. This was George Pickens on Caleb Downs. Or Caleb Downs on George Pickens. Yeah, you ain't got a chance, bro. Look at this. Show you how to do this, son. Nah, George is just different, man. What, George? That boy George is crazy. There's just no getting around it. This is George Pickens' year, y'all. This is George Pickens' year. Next up, look at this. Savon Revel Jr. Savon Revel Jr. Ooh. Ooh. They threw a flag on it, but I don't know if that was a flag right there. I'd have to see it in slow motion. But man. Oh, here it is right here. Hey, let's see what it is. Oh, ooh. I don't think that was pass interference, guys. I don't think that was pass interference. Great play by Savon. Jack's got to get that a little bit further outside. This was a great play by Savon Revel Jr. Ooh. Yeah, it was a nice play by Savon Revel Jr. All right, next up. Von Miller's teaching on the sideline. Teaching Malachi Lawrence. This is going to be our biggest thing with Von Miller. This is the biggest element that he brings to this squad. Yeah, teaching. Yeah. There's BT Jordan. BT Jordan was the one who told him. Big Z. You know there is a way I'm live right now. What's up, Big Z? What up? Yeah, I'm live, man. I was like, hey, you on the tail end of Cowboys After Dark tonight, man. Or I should say Cowboys After Dark. We into overtime now. Yeah, man, Von Miller. Boy, he is a teacher, man. Yeah, I like that. Von Miller's an absolute teacher. Dak Prescott, as usual. John Machota does this over here on TikTok. This is Dak Prescott out here signing, as usual. Yep, Dak Prescott out here doing his usual. Hey, man, Dak said he trying to get this lady in the black shorts and the blue top. Yeah, Dak said he trying to get her in with her mom. All right, Dak Prescott, I see you. I see you, Dak. And he avoided the mom, too. I see you, Dak. Dak up here signing jerseys like he always does. Just got to love our quarterback, man. This play right here is Jayshon Barham. Oh, yeah, Dak was sacked, man. No doubt about it. Yep, that was a sack by Jayshon Barham. Check this out. Ooh. Yeah. I am so excited to see Jayshon Barham do that to the opposing quarterback. Oh, yeah. Ooh. Yeah, Dak, hey, that ball slipped out his hand. Dak had a nightmare. Boy, Dak had a nightmare for a second right there, boy. Ooh. Ooh-wee. Man, Christian Parker's defense is crazy. I'm so glad that, I mean, of course, Dak Prescott beat it last year, but I'm glad he's on our team now. Man, sheesh. Looking forward to him doing that to other teams. All right. CeeDee Lamb. He's out here. He's still catching the ball. Yeah, CeeDee Lamb's out here catching the ball. Don't quite see some of the same enthusiasm, though. But yeah, he's out here doing his thing. Shout out to CeeDee Lamb. Praying to get all this stuff worked out, or it's already worked out. Shout out to CeeDee Lamb. We're gonna need CeeDee Lamb this year, man. I'm telling you. CeeDee Lamb's gonna be able to eat in ways he never imagined. With the respect people are gonna be paying George. All right. Ryan Flanoa, a little razzle dazzle. I think we saw that play the other day. Cowboys are trying to figure out plays to do in that red zone down there, man. I'm excited about it. I like that little play right there. Y'all check that out. Yeah, I like that little play right there. Yeah, I like that little play right there. A little something generic, but I still like it. Let's see here. Look at this play right here. Oh my gosh. Boy, Maurice Leofow. Look at this. Okay, Nate Thomas handled up on him right there. Okay. I mean, it is Maurice Leofow. But it looked like Nate Thomas that Nate Thomas. Okay, kind of handled up on him. All right, I like that right there. Like he kind of handled up on him right there. All right. Man, Joe Milton is getting so much better with these touch passes. This is Joe Milton. Look at this throw. Anthony Smith, I think that is a yeah. Look at there. Ooh, okay. That's a nice pass, Joe. Nice pass, Joe Milton. All right. Got a pass breakup right here. Man, they were packed over here at the Star, man. Oh, Dak tried to stuff it in, tried to force it into the CD. That was Jalen Thompson, one of my favorite players the Cowboys picked up. Okay, I see. Dak Prescott tried to get that tight window. That wasn't a, was that a pass breakup? I think CD should have caught that. Am I crazy? Jalen, that like he got there late. Let me see that again one more time. Like he got there late. I think CD should have caught that. Let me see what's going on here. Oh, he should have caught that. I don't even think CD made an effort on this. Y'all see this? This should be a catch. What the? CD has got the ball way before they get there. There's the ball in his hands. And he gets it knocked out of there. I'm telling y'all, man, something. Look at it again in fast motion. No, that pass gets there. That pass gets there. Now, it would have been a hospital ball because Lamb would have got his brains knocked out in a real game. But that pass is there. Bam. Nah, he didn't tuck that in. Lamb didn't tuck that in. Oh well. All right, this is Leah Fowle. Brevin Spanford. Oh yeah, Leah Fowle. I think he takes Spanford to the school on this. Okay, yeah, he kind of threw Spanford off of him there, even though he didn't get in on the tackle. Man, I'm gonna tell you, these NFL players, they different, bro. I wouldn't be out there with nothing on my knees. Yeah, Maurice Leofow, he threw Brevin Spanford out of the way, but nevertheless, didn't get in on that tackle. All right, a couple of more plays here. This was a play to Ferg. I think this was actually a sack, but of course, you know they can't sack the quarterback. I think this was actually a sack. Let's see here. Yeah, this is that Von Miller play again. But this is the end of it. Ferg. Nice little catch. Yeah, Von would have had him, I think. I don't know, though. Dak might have stepped up and made Von miss. But again, I think that right tackle is easier to... That right tackle, it's easier to step up than that left tackle. So, you know, we just got to make sure Guyton's on point and see what we can do about Terrence Steele. He getting towed up right now. And these are the last two pictures of camp. Nice little pictures there. And it is a wrap. That's that that's that catch by Camden Brown. Oh, that is a great picture right there. Wow. Wow. Great catch. Great catch. And then this is it. That is the conclusion of camp. Dallas Cowboy fans, do y'all know what this picture indicates? No more training camp. No more training camp, Dallas Cowboys fans. We are on to the regular season. Dress rehearsal tonight. Dress rehearsal tonight. That's all we're having. Dress rehearsal tonight. Yeah. That's it, Cowboy. And that is a great picture from the star right there, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. Whoever took that picture, man, that is absolutely gorgeous. Let me give a shout out to whoever took that picture. That's Joseph Hoyt. Unbelievable picture, man. I absolutely love that picture. Love that picture, man. 100 proof. He said, you got me through my shift. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, man, this is a beautiful picture. Dallas Cowboys, we are on to the regular season. We are about to hit September next week, and we will actually be having football. If I'm not mistaken, we're looking at 2 Sundays from now. We got this Sunday, one more Sunday, 3 so basically I guess kind of 2 Sundays from now. We're going to be having football on a Sunday night, man. New York Football Giants. New York Football Giants, man, it's going to be huge. Man, I am so excited. And, man, when we beat the Giants on that first game, boy, that hype train is going to be going so fast. It's going to be unbelievable, man. That hype train going to be going so fast. It's going to be non-stop, man. Non-stop. Very, very excited to play the New York Giants. Everybody keep talking about the New York Giants, this and that. Yeah, we're going to see what they all about because I think the Cowboys going to smash on them boys. I do. I think the Cowboys going to smash on them. All right, guys, man, I appreciate y'all. Didn't intend on going this long tonight, but hey, what it is, what it is. A lot of great stories tonight. We'll be back later on today. We're going to see if we can do a pregame show before the Cowboys play the Saints. And then, of course, tomorrow we'll be doing Cowboys After Dark because the game is going to be a late game. So we're going to do Cowboys After Dark tomorrow about 12:30 a.m. again after the Cowboys play the Saints. And we'll do all of the, we'll talk about everything Dallas Cowboys. So, man, I appreciate you. All right, Andre Johnson, appreciate you, man. You said you're 30 minutes from clocking out. 30 minutes, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Glad to help out the night crew. All right, man, I appreciate y'all. I'll see y'all later on today. Until the next time, DC4L. Yeah, DC4L. Let's talk Cowboys when we talk facts. I'm pretty sure I forgot something in there. I'm pretty sure I forgot something. Until the next time, DC4L. Let's talk Cowboys when we talk facts. Peace.